Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you are doing very well this morning. Welcome to Fanon International Boxing Channel. Welcome to the boxing talk this morning. No life talk. I get demonetized every time I do that. So F your life. I ain't talking about that today. They be killing me over here on YouTube for doing that. Platinum Alkaline Water in the bill. Oh, actually, let me thank yesterday's sponsor of the video. Big thanks to Chillville yesterday, who was the sponsor, the stream sponsor yesterday. Thank you very much, big my guy Chillville, who supported to the tune of a big $50 donation. Appreciate you. The sponsor of the chat will be whoever puts in the highest donation. You become the outstanding sponsor of the video. So thank you very much to my nuke Chillville yesterday. Can't tell you how much I appreciate you and everybody else that was chopping up with us for that great conversation that we had. Really, really enjoyed it. And looking forward to having another one today. Jay Milt's in the building. What's going on, brother? Who is now the stream sponsor with $2 right off the bat. We got to love it. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you, Jay Milt's. Appreciate you very, 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 very much. Hope you're doing well. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's funny, man. It's funny. Opinions of boxing, Alden Johnson in the building. What's going on, man? He said, here's 2 for the daily dues. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for the tip of the hat. What's going on? Opinions of Alden Johnson. Good morning. Gilbert Jimenez, David Howard in the building. Ernie V, Gianni Legend, Kentrell LeGroux. What's going on, man? Cal Coolit, Carl, everybody. Let me start doing this, though, because my guy said, opinions of boxing with Alden Johnson. Good morning, Fanon, in the chat. Once again, Crawford's in a trap. It's time for him to start thinking about fighting Boots or letting belts go from a Crawford fan. Yeah, he should let that belt go. Or, because I think I know who he's going to fight. I think I know who he's going to fight. I think I know where this is headed, man. And it may not be bad for him. He can fight on Bud's undercard in a gigantic fight. Errol's undercard. Boy, that would be funny. But, hey, it's really doable. Be a great, huge event. Huge event. Huge event. But I'll get into that a little bit later in the middle of the live stream. Gilbert, what's up, man? Yeah. But look, man, I got a note from somebody that said I was being an Terence Crawford hater yesterday. Said, nobody likes you because you're a Crawford hater. Doug, I'm not a Crawford hater, man. I'm really not. But let me tell you something, man. I get to say what I want to say. I get to say what I want to say, man. If I want to joke about it, I'm going to be able to joke about it. I don't mean that man any ill will, and I know he's a tremendous fighter. I mean, but just like everybody else gets opinions, I get my opinion. And my opinion is that, hey, man, you could be doing some things different, and you kind of move funny. And that is what the opinion is of a lot of Terence Crawford fans. A lot of guys like Terence Crawford, and like him as a fighter, like him as a person. They know that dude moves funny. He moves funny. Gat It Up said, hey, man, let me get it up. Gat It Up TV. Good. What's good, Fanon? The Don, a.k.a. Mr. Spin the Block every day, most lit OG on YouTube. Thank you, sir. Yeah, man, old man. I like how y'all say the most lit old man. I know I'm an old man, but I'm kind of sexy. Not to the dudes. I'm just talking to the females. But, you know, that's how we roll around here, man. I'm going to age gracefully, dog. I'm going to look good. If I may not be doing nothing else, dog, I'm going to get this fat off my behind, and I'm going to gotta have some hair on my face, man. I'm tired. My dog, look, I'm wearing this beard because I can grow hair. I kind of wish I could still grow hair up here. Bud is love, Sniper Nation. Bud is my guy. Bud, he's 37, and he has to be more active. Wow, that's an interesting conversation. That's an interesting comment, Sniper Nation. He is. He fights once a year, but you know what it is. He's 37 years old, or however old he is. Yeah, he's 37 years old. Yeah, Billy Beard Gang. Hey, Ken Latrell, what's good, brother? Bud saved boxing. Yeah, he did. Bud definitely saved Omaha boxing. The greatest fighter to ever come out of Omaha, Nebraska. Greatest fighter to come out of the state of Nebraska. We can't go to the Midwest, though, because, you know, we got to put things in perspective. Nowhere near the greatest fighter to come out the Midwest, but greatest fighter ever to come out of Nebraska, bro. G, tatted up. What's up, man? Thank you for joining it up, man. And I'm going to make sure I told you. Didn't I tell you, G, tatted up? Leave the comments, brother. Leave the comments. I will start reading your comments. You just got to highlight it for me sometimes. You know what I mean? You got to highlight it. KOD times NC is the PBC looking jokey. Are you kidding me? The PBC is killing it. The PBC is killing it. The PBC is killing it. The greatest athlete to come out of Nebraska? Probably not. That's a lot to say that. That's a lot. Say that. That's a lot to say that. But maybe he's the greatest one I can think of. Let me see. Anybody stand out? Oh, Bob Gibson. Nope. Right away, Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson. Right there. The pitcher, Bob Gibson. Right there. Number one is Bob Gibson. So, yeah, he's behind Bob Gibson. The pitcher, Bob Gibson, he's behind Bob Gibson. Gale Sayers, he may be right there with Gale Sayers. He's way up there, bro. Ooh, he's way up there, though. Because right after that, I'm done. I'm done after that. I'm done right after that. Bob Gibson from Omaha. So he's not the greatest athlete even from Omaha. That's Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson, Gale Sayers, and Terence Crawford. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. It's tough to get past Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson was, and that's baseball. Oh, Bob Gibson's a beast. That's tough. Anyway, Veli said that boy Carmel is a bad MF. Fanon, is he ready for the champions now? No, he's not ready for the champions now. No. He's 3-0. Yeah, best Nebraska boxer. Yeah, for sure. Best boxer. Hey, let me tell you this. If he was from Great Britain, he'd be the greatest British fighter ever. Hey, if he was from Great Britain, he'd be the greatest. He would be the greatest British fighter ever coming out of there. Only exception is maybe Lennox Lewis. Him and Lennox Lewis. But Lennox Lewis was in Canada, man. See, that tells you the difference between American boxing. That tells you the difference between American boxing and British boxing. Terence Crawford is not even he's a great fighter. He's the greatest fighter ever to come out of Nebraska. He is not the biggest fun to come out of his region, which is the Midwest. Because, dog, that Midwest, he may not even be number 6. I don't know if he's in the top 10 of the Midwest. That's tough. Like, to make it in the top 10 of the Midwest in boxing, I don't know, man. I don't know if he does. Because, God, dog, you got a lot of you got Floyd, you got Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, Tommy Hearns, James Toney, and a whole lot of other people, man, and whose names I probably, like, hey, man, nah, man, maybe top 20 in the Midwest, but dude, Ali is from the Midwest. I'm technically speaking, Ali's from the Midwest. Yeah, no, Roy Jones is from Florida. Top 10 out of the Midwest? Yaki, you think, whatever your name is, bro, you think Terence Crawford is I don't know if he's in the top 10 in the Midwest. You serious? I don't know that. God, dog, you know how many fighters came out the Midwest? Do you know how many fighters came out of the Midwest? You're talking about Ohio. You're talking about Ohio, Michigan, Illinois. That area is the richest. Dude, there's no, let me tell you, you cannot find a country. Dude, you can have guys that can beat up. Let me put it this way. If Manny Pacquiao was from the Midwest, I don't know if he'd be top 10 in the Midwest. I don't give a shit about his accomplishments. Look at their accomplishments. You don't even know the people I'm talking about. Hey, man, will you stop talking? I said the top 10 all time from the Midwest. You're smoking something if you think that's easy to do. You are smoking something if you think that's easy to do. Do you know who's from there? That's like saying, oh, I'm the greatest singer from Gary, Indiana. Good luck being the greatest singer since good luck being the number one singer from Gary, Indiana. You're not gonna make it, partner. Okay? You name a singer, and I'm gonna name a more successful one from Gary, Indiana. Would you like to do that challenge? The top two sellers from, I'll put the number one and the number two record sellers from Gary, Indiana over anybody in their record sales, in their names. Fuck no, he ain't better than James Toney. Bud is better than James Toney? Okay, sure he is. No, he is not, bro. No, he's not better than James Toney. You may argue that he is. I argue that he's not better than James Toney. I'll take James Toney over. I'll definitely take James Toney over Bud. Man, James Toney, man, God. You serious? James Toney, you're bugging. You gonna take him over Sugar Ray Robinson too? Man, come on, man. James Toney is like that. Okay, don't let some losses fool you, brother. Okay, James Toney is like that, bro. Man, James Toney ain't on no goddamn different level than James Toney, please. Ain't no different level than James Toney. Ain't no other level. Ain't no better level than him. Whatever, though, you get my point, bro. You can take Floyd Mayweather over Sugar Ray Robinson if you want. I don't care. All I'm saying is I don't know if he's top 10. If you got him in top 10, okay. If you got my man Bud in the top 10 of the Midwest, okay, I can respect that. If you got him there, that's fine. I don't know. I probably might. I might. I got to know who they all are. I got to know who they all are. There's so many of them for so long. You're talking about 100 years. You're talking about damn near 100 years of these guys. I don't even know who all they all are. Like, man, absolutely is. Man, you say so. We have to go through the numbers. We got to do an analysis on that one. Partner. We gotta do an analysis on that one before I just go with it. But if you think he is, hey man, maybe he is. He could be. He could be. And honestly, man, that is tough because that's just Michigan, bro. Floyd, James, Toney. What the fuck? They screwed this up. They left a lot of people off this list. Man, they got so many, bro. God dog, they got so many. But it could be. Why don't they have Tommy Hearns on this list? This is why you can't be paying attention to shit. They got Milton McQuarrie and Frank Tate and Chris Bird over Tommy Hearns. They don't have Tommy Hearns on this list. fuck is Tommy Hearns from? Yeah, I can't. Best Michigan box. They only have Thomas Hearns on here, so you know you messing up on that. Yeah, you messing that up. Oh, you know what? Because they're saying he was born in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm talking about anybody that fought there. I'm not talking about where they were born. I'm talking about where they fought. So yeah, I can't use that list. Anyway, hey, look, man, y'all can say what y'all want to say. Bud is a great fighter, no doubt about it, though. Great fighter. Great fighter. I take Tommy Hearns. I'll take Tommy Hearns. Better competition. Got it. What do you mean you got to give blood boxing a lifeline? Yeah, say you're right, though, Fanon. Yeah, I'm just telling you, man. Look, Terence Crawford is a tremendous fighter, bro. So don't get mad at me for saying what I think, okay? I know he's a tremendous fighter. I am. As a businessman, fuck that, though. Rookie is shit. Cy Gray in the building. Thank you, Cy Gray. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Cy Gray, who's now actually I messed up because I got to do the channel sponsor, and I'm going to be consistent with it. I got to be consistent. Cy Gray is now the channel sponsor. Thank you for the big $2.99 channel sponsorship coming real affordable today. Thank you, Cy Gray. Big thanks, Cy Gray. And forgive me, man, my guy, that for not putting you up there before it got passed. You know I'm going. Big $2.99. Thank you. I actually, man, I don't want to start making fun of people, man, because you know, I've been feeling real free these days. Real free these days, bro. Real free. I've been feeling real free these days. John Bowie, the sponsor today. Yeah, man. John Bowie. Shout out to John Bowie, the great John Bowie. Rest in peace, John Bowie. Rest in peace, John Bowie. I've never seen anybody like Bud in over 50 years. What do you mean like him? You've never seen anything like Bud in 50 years? Hey, well, enjoy it. I have. I mean, like him, or do you mean better than him? Or that level? Because I definitely have. Terence, Terence Crawford is not Floyd Mayweather, bro. I'm telling you. He's not Floyd. Not Floyd. He may be a notch up from Oscar. Like, I think he's better than Oscar. Like, I think he's better than Oscar. But he is. Hell no, dude, no fucking way is he better than Floyd. There ain't no way he's better than Floyd. No way. He's not better than Roy. Man, he's not better than Roy Jones. He's not better than James Toney. But God dog, he's good. He's not better than Roy. He's not better than James Toney. Dog, he's not, no man. Bro, he's better than Oscar De La Hoya. He's better than Shane Mosley. He's better than Tito. Tito Trinidad. He's better than Tito. Man. He ain't better than Holyfield. No, he's not better than Holyfield. Exactly. He's not better than Holyfield. He's not better than Sugar Ray Leonard. Matter of fact, I don't think he's as good as Sugar Ray Leonard. He's a notch down from Sugar Ray Leonard, but that's a lot. Not better than Purnell either. Thank you. But he's god dang it right there. I mean, he's like that now. Dog, he's like that, dog. Terence Crawford is like that, dog. He really, really is. He's really. Duran. He's right there with Duran. Like, that's actually kind of the perfect level, I think, is Roberto Duran. I like that. I like Duran. A notch below Tommy Hearns. A notch below Sugar Ray Leonard. Right there with Roberto Duran. Above Oscar De La Hoya. And I'm telling you, Don't let the snorting confuse you. Oscar De La Hoya was a hell of a fighter. Little bit below Pernell Whitaker, above Oscar De La Hoya. That's where I see, that's right there. That's good, man. Way better than Tim Bradley. Better than Manny Pacquiao. He's better than Manny Pacquiao. Better than Manny. Oh, he may be right there with Manny. He may be right there with Manny Pacquiao. He might be right there with Manny Pacquiao. Can you and 5 Pernell fights? Dog, let me tell you what I'm not going to do. What I'm not going to do is play that stupid game with you. Okay? In 15 years, you're not going to be able to name 5 Bud Crawford fights. Buddy McGirt, Roger Mayweather, Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., Oscar De La Hoya, Tito Trinidad. Buddy McGirt, Roger Mayweather, Oscar De La Hoya, Pernell Whitaker, and so I named the other one too. And Julio Cesar Chavez. There you go. In 5 years, you're not going to be able to name five Terence Crawford fights because you're not going to remember the name of the 5 people. Oh, Andre Ward. No, he's below Andre Ward. I'm sorry, I forgot Andre Ward. How can I forget the Son of God? How can I forget the Son of God? Hey, dog, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's a dope ass name. I always thought about it like in the. I think he's right there with Aaron Pryor. The channel sponsor with the $5 holler. Say good morning, Fanon. Some of his misfortune is karma for Terence Crawford playing games for years. Bad business is in part no pity for him. Yeah, there's no pity to have. He's a millionaire. He's a millionaire, dog. He's a millionaire. He's a millionaire champion. He's doing well in life. I can't feel no pity for that man. Only thing that I'm saying is, look, man, you're not running shit like that. You're not running stuff like that. And plus, I always want to take an opportunity to talk to people and get people to think about their own lives as it relates to the sport of boxing. To me, I don't own Terence. Terence Crawford is a character on a movie screen for me. He's a character on a movie screen for me. Like, dude, I wish him nothing but the best in his life. I wish his family nothing but the best in his life. And he's like Tierlando said, you're a public figure, man. And I'm not saying anything bad about him. I think he's a tremendous fighter. Look, we're talking about him in the same breath as Manny Pacquiao and Piedra Manos de Pedra, the great Roberto Duran. That's a lot. Dog, for real. We got him in lofty conversations right here, okay? Like, you way up in the stratosphere talking about James Toney. For me to compare it, say James Toney, dog, James Toney, come on, man. Notice I didn't say nothing about Canelo. Notice I didn't say anything about Canelo. I didn't say nothing about where he is relative to Canelo. I didn't say anything about where he is relative to Vasily Lomachenko. Okay? I'm telling you, that dude is like that. Take that. Give me 1 second, man. New channel sponsor to my guy with the big $5 holler, brother. Thank you so much. We got a new channel sponsor with big thanks to my guy, Andre Robinson. Stream sponsor with the big $5 holla. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's going to get a couple of the kilowatts handled. That's going to handle some kilowatts from these light bulbs. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you allowing me to make my business work. Thank you. And Big Dre became a YouTube member. Thank you, Big Dre. Thank you, sir, because trying to get it to be able to have members only. Like that jacket I used to wear. Hey, for wishing nothing but the best. 23 months, Barbara D. Thank you for a long time, almost 2 years. Almost 2 years of supporting the channel as a member, Barbara D. Thank you, sister, for wishing nothing but the best for everyone in the chat. Yes, blessings to everybody in the chat. What did he say? James Toney beats Roberto Duran. Come on, man. They're not even in the same weight class. James Toney will kill Roberto Duran. James Toney will kill Roberto Duran. It's too big. What do you mean Errol Spence isn't even the top 100 ever? Man, you don't know what he's going to be, man. He's way up there. Errol's way up there. You want to talk about what people have accomplished? Errol. You kidding me? And if Errol beats Smash and Fundura, he's going to go higher. Hey, man, let me tell you what, Floyd, you know what Ali did to George Foreman? Beat him up, beat George Foreman up, sent him home packing. I do believe in the 8th round. George Foreman is a Hall of Fame, one of the greatest heavyweights ever. George Foreman. And he got beat up and sent home. What's up, Rick Timms? Beat up and sent home by Ali. That dude, he lost out. Dude, Errol losing to Terence Crawford, that's part of your problem. Y'all don't understand. Errol Spence lost to Terence Crawford. The rest of these guys got knocked out by him too. So didn't nothing different happen to him than happened to them other dudes. Only thing is, Errol wants his run back, and he about to try to go up there and get a belt in 154 against a very tough fighter in Sebastian Fundura. If he pulls that off, Terence Crawford will be out there. If he can get past Erickson Lubin for that vacant belt, getting paid a couple quarters for that fight, then, there you go. No, there's no difference, man. He's not the first person to get their ass whooped, stupid. Dude, you know what I like about guys, man? I like how you hide behind your hat. Boy, he's not the, let me tell you something, man. Errol Spence Jr. is not the first person to get beat up in a fight. He's not the first person to get beat up in a fight, man. Matter of fact, there's been people that got beat up in a fight last week. You do not define somebody's entire career off losing to the best fighter in boxing. Okay? That's not how that works, bro. You're just a hater, dog. Which means you're just a lover. Lover of Errol's testicles. So get off his nuts. Okay? Stop trying to shoot that man down. That's why people be laughing that Bud don't get what he wants. Because of people like you. Y'all sore ass winners. You some sore ass winners. I told you before. But overrated, go fight him then. Dub zeros, go fight him. Oh, if he's overrated, then I don't know where Terence Crawford fits in. Okay, Dub zeros. Let's take this as true. You said Errol is overrated. Then I don't know. Terence Crawford may not even be a top 5. Not Errol Spence Jr. is overrated. Then I don't think Terence Crawford is even better than Oscar De La Hoya. Okay, I'll go with it. Errol's overrated. What does that mean for Terence? It means Terence is overrated. What's blazing in sports? What's up, brother? Always good to see you. That means Terence is overrated, right? He beat a bunch of overrated fighters then. Because he beat Kell Brook. Errol beat Kell Brook. He beat Sean Porter. Errol beat Sean Porter. He beat Amir Khan. Danny Garcia beat Amir Khan. And Errol beat Danny Garcia. Igis Kalvanakis. He beat out Igis Kalvanakis. Virgil Ortiz knocked him out. He beat Julius Ndungo. Enough said right there. What? You can't do it, dummy. You can't do it, dummy. You got to give Errol his credit in order to give Terence his credit. Don't you see? See, this is why I'm telling you, like, take me, for example. I be beating the piss out y'all in these debates. Y'all want zero smoke with me. But I'm not stupid enough to call myself to say that I've proven that I'm the greatest debater in the world. And why is that? Because I'm beating up on bums. King is a bum. Claymore Rain, your ass is a bum. King, you're a bum. Y'all some bums. Y'all just all I'm doing is beating up bums. I'll admit it in a minute. All I'm doing is beating up bums. Rollo, you're a bum. It has been a 6-month-long bum bash. I know this. I know that I've been engaged in a bum bash for the last 3 years. Straight bum bashing cats. I know it. I needed extra content. I called my promoter. I said, line up the bums. Line up the bums. And I started whooping the bums. I know you're bums. You don't think you're a bum, but you're out here getting black eyes. I'm sitting there doing 360s. If I feel like elbowing you in the mouth, I'll elbow you in the mouth if you get too close. I do all of that. But come on, man. I mean, you know. I know it, but you can't give yourself, I can't, but if I was to say that I was the world's greatest debaters, I can't call y'all bums. I got to say you're great so I can make myself look good. Lieutenant Rob in the building, man. Much love, brother. Said, Bo will have a big fight in Saudi. People will be mad for what? Why would anybody be mad about him having a big fight in Saudi? You can't even have a big fight in Saudi. It's not possible, Lieutenant Rob. You can't. There's no such thing as a big fight in Saudi Arabia. You can't do it. You cannot do it. You may get paid a lot of money to go there, but that's like saying you're having a big Beyonce had a big concert in Saudi Arabia. No, she didn't. She just got a big appearance fee. The concert, that wasn't big. The concert wasn't big. The concert wasn't big. Who went? Hey, tell me of 5 people you know that has gone to a fight in Saudi Arabia. 5 people that you know that went to a fight in Saudi Arabia. I can name 5 people that went to a fight in Vegas. Wouldn't take me that long to figure out 5 people that went to a fight, actually paid for the ticket, played for the fight in Vegas last week. It wouldn't take long at all. There were probably 5 people in the chat that went to that fight. Right? You don't know 5 people that went to that are going to go to that other than Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, Adi Aladepo. What's that guy's name? What's that fighter's name? Ex-fighter's name that Usyk knocked the fuck out? Black dude that don't look black. Whatever his name is, I forgot it already. Tony Bellew gonna be there. Tyson Fury, and Alexander Usyk. Those are the only people that I know for sure are gonna be at that dang fight, bro. Okay, so don't call that ain't no big fight. That's a big fee. Okay, they're getting a big fee. Bullshit, Lieutenant Rob. That's the only thing that matters is the bread. No, it doesn't. No, that is not the only thing that matters when you're talking about a big fight. It's a big fight if everybody wants to see it. It's a big fight for people. Big fight for people. Not big fight for the fighters. Big fight for me. It's not a big fight for me if it's not something that a bunch of people, other people want to see and they want to go there. And you have fight parties. That's a big fight. Okay? Big fight. There are big fights, really big fights where the fighters didn't make a lot of money. There's really big fights where fighters didn't want. You guys just want to conflate terms. You want to act like a big appearance fee makes the fight big. No, the fight's losing money, and there's not a lot of people that are going to go there, and there's not a lot of people watching it. But you think because you paid a ton of money that all of a sudden it's a big fight. No, it is not. You took a loss. Get out of here, man. That's ridiculous. Lieutenant Rob, you can click this link. Let's see your logic. Let's see your logic. Let's see your logic. What's your logic? Why do you say it's a big fight? Because of how much money they're making? If two people show that, if two people show up, Lieutenant Rob, is it a big fight? If nobody's interested in it, is it a big fight? We'll see if it's a big fight. We'll see if it's a big fight. We'll see. My suspicion is no, it's not. It's a significant fight. Is it a huge fight? No, I don't think it is. No. Why? Because Alexander Usyk is not a big name. That's why. It's a significant fight for the heavyweight division. It's a very good fight. But Alexander Usyk can't sell enough tickets. Man, he couldn't draw, like in the immortal words of James Prince, he couldn't draw flies to a garbage can. If it was such a big fight, they'd be having that fight in the UK at Wembley Stadium. Or they'd have it in Vegas. Or they'd have it in Vegas. They wouldn't need a government subsidy in the UK. They wouldn't need that. So, no, I don't think it's a big fight. Is it, and by the mean big, do you mean big like what fight? I think it's as big as Gervonta Davis versus Ryan Garcia? No, it's not that big. No. Let me tell you, he's not, first of all, Lieutenant, get the fuck out of my face. He's not making $100 million. He's not making $100 million in that fight. Stop it. Lying about how much money you're making does not make that fight big. He is not getting $100 million for that fight. Stop it. Somebody dismiss him. You're dismissed. So, dismiss. You believe anything, any number that they put on that screen, y'all believe. I just made $500 million last night. I'm the richest man in the... Hey, I got a $500 million super chat. That man is not making no goddamn $100 million for that fight. With no competition for the fight, pay-per-views are not going to justify that. And don't tell me that... And by the way, that same dude, Saudi Prince, wants to start promoting fights in the UK. In the UK. Ain't nobody care about that fight, man. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, but only kind of. A little bit. Quite honestly, a little bit. Anyway. Look, I don't believe in that. A legacy-defined LLCs. Look, I don't believe in that face of boxing stuff. I think that's just talk. I think that every fight that Canelo Alvarez has is a really big fight. I think every fight that Gervonta Davis has is a really big fight. Billy said, I'm in the UK and no one is talking about it, to be honest. No, I wouldn't be surprised they would. Dude, people aren't talking about it on YouTube. As a matter of fact, the fact that you know what, man? The fact that you had to ask that question lets us know that you knew the answer to that. Oh, yeah, man, I'm not going to pull the trigger anymore. Dismissed. I'm about to be real arrogant now. I'm going to start dismissing your ass. Hey, man, can somebody give him a 36? Hey, can we get a 36? Can we get an 86K? 86K on him? Can we get an 86K on him? Who is the one that got him so we can get you some applause? Who was the fastest to it? Oh, Billy said people actually doubt the fight will happen. Dude, the fight got canceled the first time and nobody gave a shit. Let me put it this way. Is it a big fight? The fight got canceled already. It was supposed to already have happened. And it got canceled. And I forgot that it got canceled. I forgot that this is the second go-around for that fight. No. It's not a big fight. GM said, Fanon, I'm the best shooter here. Hey, keep the finger on the trigger. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Let me put this banner out here, man. And oh, there you go. 86 Blinky. I like that. Joshua and Wilder is a bigger fight. I think it is anyway. I'll go ask, hey, man, go ask Leonard Ellerby what he think. Because, dog, these dudes be knowing these numbers, dog. They sneezing at your boy. They sneezing at your boy, though. They ain't trying to hear all of that, dog. They ain't trying to hear all that, dog. Free the 147 straps. Hey, man, look. All I'm going to tell you is I'm not going to go look to block you no more. Please don't block nobody. And if I time out, because my man, I'll be hitting people a little too hard, I'll be regretting it. Big fights don't get canceled because too much money at play. They do they? And they lied. And then Prince, what's his name? Prince Ali Depo, whatever. Prince Ali Sheik Aladepio, but what is his name? Preek Alashiko, whatever his name is. Dude gonna lie and say if it gets canceled again, it's a $10 million penalty. I'm sorry, man. A $10 million what? They got to pay you $10 million if they cancel. You'll never get the check. Or you saying it's coming out of the purse. And let me see that shit written down. Let me see it written down, please. Can I get the paperwork on that? Lying asses. Lying asses. They just want to, oh, don't forget about the fight. It'll happen. We're going to put a penalty out here and we're going to publicize the penalty. Because Tyson Fury did that bullshit again. He got the flu one time. Now he got an eye cut. Unreliable ass. Man, His Excellency, man, you better look, man. I ain't calling no YouTuber His Excellency just because he got a turban on. Okay? Just because they got turban on. I'm not doing that shit. I ain't got no disrespect to the guy, but he worked like me. He works just like I do. He got a boss just like I do. All right? The U.S. government. That's who I work for because god dang it if I ain't got to pay, but I got to pay them money. Man, I ain't trying to hear none of that, dog. I ain't trying to hear. I ain't calling no YouTuber no Excellency. His Excellency. Man, these Negroes, do you hear the man? I can't believe y'all did that shit. You won't, man, you will never call Barack Obama Mr. President. You call him Barack Obama. This dude worked for the Department of Defense, and you out here calling him Your Excellency. You call Joe Biden Biden. You call him Biden. But you calling this dude His Excellency. Ain't a black man in the history of the United States got the title of Your Excellency. The only one close is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And you bums be saying Elijah Muhammad. I never say Elijah Muhammad's name without saying the Honorable Elijah. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And y'all be calling him Elijah Muhammad. But y'all want to call this dude His Excellency. You won't even call Muhammad Ali his whole name. But you want to call this dude Your Excellency. You want to bow down to the first dude in a turban that walks up and sticks his face on YouTube. Man, I wish y'all would, bro. Probably calling him Your Excellency. You ain't Arabian. You ain't from Saudi Arabia. Turkey. What up, Turk? Y'all calling Diddy making all y'all ain't call P. Diddy His Excellency. No, I'm joking. Not that. Turkey Al-Sheikh. Hey, by the way, His Excellency Fanon is what you call OG. Yes, call me my name is Your Excellency. Your Excellency Fanon, the international one. Call me that. Y'all wouldn't. You won't even say my name right. Fanning and shit like that. What little hee? What little midget say? Fagnon, little midget. Fuck little midget. Dog, you understand how god dang it's, you know how dude, for real. You have any idea when I heard that little midget say that? I'm like, what? I know you ain't getting none. Fuck you talking about. Like, you this tall. Bro, you this tall and ugly. What are you talking about? You snaggle too. You 50 years old with braces. Fuck 50-year-old got braces. Anyway, dog, I ain't gonna lie, dog. That's the one insult that it only got me one time. I was like, what? You a midget. You a squeaky voiced midget with crooked teeth and a fucking mug that only your mother could love. And you got enough nerve to talk what? I ain't gonna lie, bro. I know you be listening, dog. Bro, for real? No. Okay? Let me tell you, dog. No. All right? Yeah, you ain't got no room to be talking to me about no shit like that. Man, please. Dog, I was a victimizer, homie. I was a victimizer. Okay? I'm a reformed victimizer. Man, seriously, man. Dog. I'm a reformed female victimizer, dog. Okay? And grown-ass women, 8 and above. What the fuck you think this is? Man, I was insulted. Hey, see, I can be arrogant. I can be arrogant, dog. But God, dog, I ain't gonna lie, dog. Hee, true. Dog, dude, this dude got a button that says true. What? I would never in my life say no shit like true. Nigga, that's RuPaul. True. Man, you better. Anyway, I'm sorry, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I went off on that dude from Looney Tunes, too. From Looney Tunes, boxing Looney Tunes, I flipped on that bum. Man, let me tell you, dog, I've always got women. Always. My wife can hear me say that she ain't gonna like that. Dog, you tripping. Always, every day of my life, homie. Every day of my life. You're fucking tripping. Okay? Anyway, large and in charge until I get bumped off. Oh, Barbara D, the sponsor. I'm sorry, Barbara D. You had my ego blasting. They brought out my internal noob. Today. I'm sorry, man. I had to go off on one for a second. I ain't gonna lie, dog. You guys is wilding out, bro. You guys are out there. Y'all, dude, I don't know. Dude, seriously, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Like the campus nerd out here talking to me. What? Dude, it's like a dude cannot hoop. You can't even hoop. Like, what are you talking about? I'm a bum. I'll put 60 on you. Oh. Barbara D, thank you. Big time. With the 10. I gave you credit for 20. Barbara D. Barbara D's money females' money is always worth twice as much, by the way. Just so you know. Barbara D is always worth twice the money. Hey, phenomenal show. I'm sorry, brother, but Barbara D, you can't take over because Barbara D put in 10, which is 20 for women. I'm sorry, man. That's how we do it around here, dog. Hey, dog, their money got Barbara D got a multiplier on her shit. Hey, OG, you seen Pitbull and Rolly's new video, new YouTube highlights was the top trending in the world and probably still is. Pitbull is a huge draw and those pay-per-view numbers will be better than people thought. Dude, I'm telling you, the biggest draw in 140 pounds is Pitbull Cruz. Pitbull Cruz the biggest draw at 140, bro. Pitbull Cruz is the biggest. I'm sorry, did I miss him? Oh, my bad. Let me go back. I'm sorry. True. I can't believe you, dude. Shout out to you, though, brother. I like the work you're doing. You're doing your thing. Just fuck out of here with that bullshit. Fuck, I can't believe it. No, I mean, man, I heard that shit. I was like, man, you got to be kidding me. Hey, Bud will have a big fight in Saudi. People will be mad. Nah. Steve Matt said Timothy Bradley and Andre Ward biased about Bud. No, they're not. Well, yeah. No. Tim Bradley is. Andre Ward be kicking the science, dog. I can't lie. I fucks with Andre Ward. Andre Ward, like I gotta tell you, dog, about Andre Ward, Steve made. Andre Ward. I will never really disagree with Andre Ward. Because I think Andre Ward is one of the most intelligent men in boxing. He's obviously one of the best boxers inside the ring. And I think his analysis of what goes on outside the ring, even though he's always trying to sound neutral, I think he's a real leader. And I have a lot of respect for Andre Ward. And I can tell when he was with Top Rank, he was trying his best to do the best he could in a situation where he had to, they got scripts and he's working for somebody. So I think Andre Ward, I like Andre Ward. I respect Andre Ward. I think he gives it his absolute best effort. I think inside of his mind, just like everybody else, dog, no joke, I don't fucking like Bill Haney. People would say that all the time, bro. Like, oh, you hate Deb. No. And I didn't really dislike Bill Haney either. I knew what he was doing. But when he got on the channel and started calling me a Tom, bro, I was fucking done. Like, I'm done with him. Like, I didn't appreciate that shit at all. So that's why I went at him. That's why I went at Bill. And Bill didn't realize, I don't think Bill realized, I think Bill thought he could get on here and he could say that, and I wouldn't claim or reign him. I'll do that shit. If I don't like you and you try to embarrass me, I'll do that. Andre Ward is somebody that I learned from. He's somebody who I listen to, somebody that I think very seriously about what he says. I don't really try to get in my mind that he's leaning one way or the other, even though he may be, because I've seen him say some things like recently where he's not condemning things. He's just telling you what's going on. You know what I mean? And he sent me a note one time on YouTube. And he said, man, you're missing it. And I was like, what am I missing? But he was not going to respond on Twitter about what I was missing. But no, I think I know what he's talking about. I'm not going to say what I think he's talking about, but no, I don't. But I'm never going to confuse my understanding of what goes on in boxing with his. Because we don't have the same level of experience in boxing. And not in the ring and not in the business either. He's been there. He's done that. I mean, he's a very bright guy, very conscientious guy. He's a man of principle too. So I respect him, man. I respect him. And I think he gives people fair play. Tim Bradley, I think he puts on the tap shoes. But even then with Tim Bradley, if it was really talking to Tim Bradley, I suspect that Tim Bradley is somebody I would just learn from. I'd listen to him. I think he definitely knows boxing in the ring. He's been around, same thing. But I think he is going to do more of that soft shoe shit where you're not really, where you're like, he's going to put a mask on. And I don't think Andre Ward is really willing to fully put on a mask. He may hold back, but he ain't going to do what some other people are going to do. But everybody got to do them. So, but I have respect for Tim Bradley. But Tim Bradley in the calling of the fights, I don't like that. I don't even hold that against him because I don't like the structure's the problem. You have that shit scripted out. And so anytime you have a script and you got to call a script to something that's happened in real time, where you have your responses, like a certain number of your responses and your points that you want to make there, it's going to be very hard to be flexible in the moment. So like here, when I'm talking to you, I can be flexible. Because I don't have a script. I'm not walking down a line of this is what I'm going to talk about. This is what I'm going to talk about. This is what I'm going to talk about. This is what I'm going to say. This is the response that I'm supposed to have for this. This is a response I'm supposed to have for that. I don't have all of that. So I can be a little bit more fluid. So I think even with Tim Bradley, he is constrained rather. He's constrained by the discipline in which he's involved. right? Which is called doing the play-by-play or whatever that you call it, the color commentary or whatever it is that they call that. He's got his limitations because I got a problem with everybody that does that shit. See, and so I got to be fair because I don't have to be fair, but I will. After a certain point in time, I'm like, the only guy that I actually like that did that was Paulie Malignaggi. To me, Paulie Malignaggi is without a doubt the best I've seen do that. Paulie Malignaggi. Oh, I'm sorry. And what's that featherweight? What's that 122-pound fighter that covered that goddamn on that black BLK Prime, fight? Nate Campbell. Man, will somebody please hire Nate Campbell? Nate Campbell was good because Nate Campbell didn't give fuck. Nate Campbell gonna say whatever. Nate Campbell gonna say some shit. But Nate Campbell, for me, Nate Campbell and Paulie Malignaggi. Now, Paulie Malignaggi needs to shut his mouth to talk about black people's business, Paulie. Because you're not a politician. Shut up. You do not have the educational base to speak on that. Just like I don't have the educational base to start telling people what pivots they need to have in a boxing ring. You do not have the experience, or the know-how, or the access to the information to tell black people what they need to be doing with their days. You don't know. So shut up. Based off your limited amount of information, I can understand why you think that. But you got a limited amount of information, so shut up. And I'm not talking about what you find on what do you call it? Your stats, your statistics. 15.6% of this say this. And what I ain't trying to hear none of that stats. That stats crap. Okay? Stats are a representation of the truth. And you have to interpret those. I don't have to interpret my life. I'm experiencing it. I know what's going on. I know what happens when you walk out the door. And I don't have to wait for Gallup to put a poll on there to tell me. You have to wait on Gallup. You got to wait on somebody to do a poll. You got to do something, and you got to trust the numbers that they give you. We don't have to do that because we have real life experience. Just like I can't read a manual on boxing and know how to become a world champion. You got to get in the ring. You got to get punched in the face a couple times. Couple thousand times probably before you know what you're really talking about because you've experienced it. So that's my only problem with Paulie. Shut up. That's my only problem with Steve Kemp. Shut up. Dougie Fisher, dog, get some pride. Anyway, Gianni Legend in the building said, love to one and all. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Barbara D with the $20 holler. I'm always doubling up hers. Large and in charge until I get bumped off. GM in the building said them two Ferraris would have been 50% of his net worth. He didn't even offer to fight. GM, he didn't even offer to fight. Didn't even offer to fight. And they talked about, oh, he offered this fight. He's right. You guys are liars, man. Just like they say, oh my God, I got a new one. Steven Espinoza. You all hear whatever you want to hear. You guys are so easy to sucker, bro. I swear, bro. You guys are so easy. You don't listen. Man, Steve, let me tell you something. If Steven Espinoza wanted to rob you of your house, your ass would be up out of that house in a week. I'm telling you, Steven Espinoza would have you out of your house in your life in a week. Because you sit there and listen. This man can say something and you don't hear a word he says. You hear every word he says, but you don't know what he means. Jared said he make more money and is more honest than you. Who is that? Jared Anderson. Who makes more money than me? Who makes more money than me? Who makes more money than me? First of all, you don't know how much money I make. So how about that? Second of all, there's a lot of people that make more money than me that are liars. Stone cold liars make a lot more money than me. What? You think money? You think money is connected to honesty? And who's more honest than me? Get your bitch ass up here and tell me what I lied about. They're serious. There are drug dealers that are more honest and make more money than me. They will honestly sell you. They will honestly sell you a key of cocaine, and they honestly will get that money, which is more money than me. So what? You don't know how much money I make, though, bro. Hey, thank you. Hey, I'm gonna cook on that for a minute. Let me get through these. Steve Maid said, "Tell Bud Boots waiting to whip that ass." Hey, man, Bud. Hey, Bud Boots is ready to whoop that. Hey, man, that's a tough fight. Jay Mills said, never to do that again. True. I can't believe you got that shit up there talking shit. True. I'm true. Hey, no joke, Jay Mills. That does make the name of that organization sound a little different, though, doesn't it? Hey, say the word every time you hear the word true on anything. Say true. Hey, dog, if you ever see the word TRU, say true. It's pronounced true. Oh, man, dog. Oh, my God, man. Hey, thank you, Illuminati. I got you, brother. Hey, phenomenal. I got to put phenomenal up here for this 12, though. I can't do Noob 2 wrong. I got to put phenomenal up in here at 2. Phenomenal show. I'm going to leave it. Phenomenal show. I can't believe y'all, bro. Phenomenal show got his name up there. I can't steal it from him. Show big. There you go. Got you up there, homie. Thank you, man. Fanon feeling zesty today? Dog, let me tell you something, Sam. I feel zesty every day. Thank you very much. I feel zesty every day. What does zest mean? Zest means I feel happy. I feel so glad that I have a channel to talk to. I'll define that as that. If you mean that I mean effeminate, I feel effeminate, I wouldn't know what that means, partner. But anyway, somebody dismiss Sam. Please, no Diddy. Somebody please dismiss Sam. We'll put an 86K on him, if you don't mind. Can we get an 86? Can we get an 86 on Sam Stevens? See you later, partner. Anyway, I think it's time to put these links in the chat. I'm having fun today. Who does Pitbull fight next? I don't know. Could be Gervonta Davis. Maybe Gervonta. Maybe Gervonta. I feel he feels zesty today. True. Oh, you got that 86K? Yeah, get him with that 86K. Oh, fuck no. Let me repeat. Fuck no. That I'll guarantee you. Fuck no. Hell no. Whatever. You talking about that? Okay, sure. Sure he does. Anyway, sure he does. Sure he does. Maybe he does. I don't know. More honest? Anybody that requotes Rick Glazier, homie, how can that possibly be? Rick Glazier don't pay that much. Top rank. Hey, let me tell you something, man. Anybody getting checks from Ring Magazine? No. I'm going to tell you right now, I make more money than boxing journalists do. They got to have a second job. That's their second job. Second job. Second job. I'm going to tell you, that's their second job. Second job. But you can. I hope you do. I hope he does make more money than me. I really do. Blessings. I hope he does. Because that would be great for him. That would be great for his kids. It would be. I think he's a good dude. I like him. I think he's a funny guy. I like him. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a hardworking dude. I can respect him. I do. I respect him enough to make fun of him. A lot of you bums I won't even talk about. A lot of you bums I wouldn't even mention. A lot of you bums I don't even know. He's on the grind every day, and I can appreciate that. In all seriousness, I do. I do. I can appreciate the grind. I do. And I think that he's a talented guy, and I think he's a smart guy. I do. I'm not going to do him the disservice, really, that he does me with all that bullshit he does. But that's on him because, whatever. He's got people he works for that makes him do it. He's an employee, so you know what I mean? When you're an employee, you got to do what your boss tells you to do. And I don't mind it. I don't have a problem with it. Somebody got to hustle. Somebody got to make it happen. You know what I mean? Somebody got to make it happen. Got to get what you got to get, man. I just like the fun. I have fun with it. Anyway, because I'm famous. That's what they say. I'm famous for not. I'm the one that I'm a guy that Ring Magazine will pay people Ring Magazine will pay people. This is what I heard. Will pay people money to draw pictures of me that make me look bad. And the guy admitted, he said, I got paid for that. Oh, you got paid for that? You mean the guy that draws all that shit for Ring Magazine? You got paid for that? Oh, okay. I'm that important where you guys have to put me on banners and all that shit? I got you. It's not going to work, partner. For now, everybody talks about you on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, everywhere. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. I don't give a shit. Honestly, I'm talking to you. Unlike some of y'all, dog, I know what the deal is, dude. This is just boxing talk, man. That's it. I care about the people that are in here. And I care about the people that are leaving the super chats. And I ain't gonna lie. I like that you're here. I like that you support the channel. No joke. I need that out of you. I'm telling you the truth. That's the truth. I need that. So you guys can say, oh, man, you always talk about people. Yes, I talk about people that support me, man, and fuck you because you don't. And if you don't support me, still, I got a lot of respect for you, but you don't matter to me. See, and let's bridge this back into boxing. If you're not buying, if you're not buying pay-per-views, fuck you. If you're a promoter, I'm the promoter. If you're not buying my pay-per-view, fuck you. If you are not buying a ticket to my fight, your support doesn't mean a damn thing. So you can bark all you want about who I put in this ring with Sebastian Fundura, but you're not going to buy the Bud fight. Since you're not going to buy the fight with Bud and Errol Spence fans are going to buy that fight, I'm fighting Errol Spence. I don't care whether or not you cry about it or not. True, true, true. I don't care. I don't care. And y'all call that hate. I'm calling that the truth. I don't care. I don't care. If I'm on Twitter really and you block me on Twitter, I don't care. I could lose my Twitter. I could lose my Twitter page tomorrow. I would not care. You don't do anything for me at all. Nothing. None. Nada. If I lose YouTube, I got problems. I care what YouTube thinks. Well, do you care about YouTube rules? Isn't it unfortunate that they get 30%? No. YouTube deserves the 30%. Give YouTube the 30%. Why? Because I can't do this without YouTube. Okay? Because YouTube pays the bills. YouTube collects the money from the advertisers. They collect the money and run that super chat thing through their finances, and then they give it to me. I can't do that myself. Thank you so much, YouTube. You are a godsend to me, YouTube. Thank you for allowing me to have a retirement. Thank you for allowing me to have a retirement. where I don't got to work at Walmart or I don't got to work till I'm 90 years old. Thank you. Because I wouldn't mind working at Walmart if Walmart paying good money now. Because more than likely I'd be in the corporate offices of Walmart. But I don't want to work in corporate America anymore. So please, thank you so much for allowing me to do this and talk boxing with you. Okay? And that's why I got respect for all you boxing fans. I do. All of us boxing fans, but I'm not the media. Don't get mad at me when I tell you the truth. Bud Crawford is not an educated businessman. He's not. And he's leaving a lot of money on the table. Unless Bob Arum's unless Al Heyman's doing a favor and saying, okay, smarty pants, you push for that fight, take Erickson Lubin. We're going to push Erickson Lubin into that position. No worries, we'll split those belts. Sebastian Fundura, Errol Spence Jr. over here, you, Erickson Lubin over there. And guess what? You'll be on the undercard. We're going to get this fight. We're not going to pay no money for it, hardly any money for it. And we're going to throw your ass on the undercard of Errol Spence and Fundura. Let's go, baby. How about that? How about that? See, ooh-wee. You don't like that, do you? Did you hear what I just said? Let's play chess. Anybody play chess? That's what I would do. I would say, no worries. I am going to petition the WBC, the WBO, to make Erickson Lubin the fill-in for that fight once Sebastian Fundura drops a belt. I want Erickson Lubin to have that fight. We will pay more money for that fight than you will over there to get Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly? Because that's the other guy, Josh Kelly. It's going to either be Josh Kelly or it's going to be Erickson Lubin. So I say it could be Erickson Lubin. We'll pay for the fight. We're going to put Bud as the co-main. We're going to put Bud as the co-main to Errol Spence and Sebastian Fundura in Dallas, Texas. Bud would get exactly what he deserves. You don't like that, do you? I'm a hater, huh? Can somebody say I'm a hater for that? Because honestly, man, we can get that to purse bid. We can get that to purse bid. We can get that to purse bid. I think I can get that fight for about $5 million. Is that pure hate? Is that pure hate? Am I being a jerk? I don't want to be a hater now. Tell me if that don't sound right to you. I don't want to be a hater now. But last time I checked, the number one guy is, let me see these WBO rankings. You know how we got to go. We got to go to the WBO rankings. We got to go to the WBO rankings. Let's see. WBO 2024 April. We got to go to February. Got to go to February. Category junior middleweight. Let's search this, baby. Yeah, that's it. Because guess what? Let's show this right here. Let's talk about who he ain't going to be fighting. Let's talk about who he ain't going to be fighting, bro. Let me tell you who he ain't going to be fighting. Man, dude, this is just not good, bro. Josh Kelly, 30 years old. (15-1), and he got knocked out once with 8 KOs. Fights out of Great Britain. Already got knocked out by David Avanesian. Got knocked out by David Avanesian. Got knocked out by David Avenetian. What's today? Oh, the rebuttal entertainment. You, sir, can suck up to your hiccup, homie. Let me go ahead and block you. No more. You can come here and click the link, fella. Goodbye. You're blocked on Twitter. You can come click this link over here on YouTube. I'm not responding to you. I'm not responding to you, fella. Goodbye. I'm not in my feelings. I'm having a blast. The feeling that I'm having is joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart. I got that joy, 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 joy down in my heart. You remember that song? I love that song. We got the joy, joy. I can't sing, but I used to love that song. Joy, 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 joy down in my heart. I do. I got the joy in my heart, bro. You don't like this, though. So his chance is to go fight a bum. You would call a bum in a second. Called David Avenetian, a victim of David Avenetian, Josh Kelly. A fight nobody wants to fight. See, is completely non-competitive. Nobody's going to pay for at all. I know you don't like this. That's why I'm doing it, because I don't like you guys. You think it's Bud. It's not. It's guys like you. This is not hate, bro. This is the WBO rankings right here. Josh Kelly, Erickson Lubin, Xander Zayas. He's not going to get to fight Xander Zayas because Xander Zayas is not ready for that fight, and Bob Arum is not going to do business with him. You think he's going to go to Japan to go fight Takanaki Inoue? Well, no. Josh Kelly already got beat by a guy, that Terence Crawford knocked out the fight before last in David Avenetian. The only reasonable replacement is a PBC fighter named Erickson Lubin, coming off of a win against Jose Ramirez. And you think that's hate, fella? That's facts. Exactly. And that's why he's not going to get that fight. That's why he shouldn't get that fight. Because he's number one. He's not going to get that fight. He's not going to get that fight, fella. He shouldn't get that fight. Why in the world would somebody pay a bunch of money for a fight with Josh Kelly, when Josh Kelly is definitely going to get knocked out? Jesus Ramos, thank you, brother. Definitely get knocked out. Is that hatred? Hey, man, he won the fight. He beat Jesus Ramos. He beat him. When Sebastian Fundura drops that belt, Erickson Lubin is the most realistic. Oh, no. PBC will pay for it. I think the PBC will pay for it. Oh, the PBC will pay for it. They'll pay for it at a reasonable price. I don't know what why not? Why wouldn't they pay for it? It's a good fight. All you got to do. And guess what? Erickson Lubin is a PBC fighter. So you slide Erickson Lubin. Now this is my creation. You slide Terence Crawford and Erickson Lubin on the undercard of Errol, Spence Jr. and Tim Tszyu. And you give him the co-main, and you make him the co-main. Guess what? Terence Crawford will not take that fight. Dude, Tim Zoo is damaged goods. Tim Zoo is damaged goods. Listen to this, Mr. Mullet. So what if he'll, so yes, he'll steamroll him. Good. Good job. So what? He'll still fight him. What do you mean that's ridiculous? What's ridiculous about it? Let me put the link in the chat. I know y'all don't like it. Y'all want to get it. We've been here for a minute. We've been here for a minute. We've been here for a minute. Hey, man, much love to everybody that supports in the Super Chat and the Cash App. Thank y'all for sponsoring the videos today. It means a ton. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And matter of fact, let me get to the Cash Apps. People have supported. Hey, my guy, Mr. Brian, $5 house said for the channel. For the channel. Thank you so much. And man, somebody hating on me. And hold on, I don't know, dog. I don't know. Fanon, you are the prince of the bums. Am I? You paid 50? What is this? I don't know what this is. This is A. What is A? Currency? A. Currency abbreviations. What is this? Let's do a little research here. Let's know where you're from. A, I don't know what A is. What the fuck is A? I don't know what that is. So I have to think it's like 50 cents because I don't know where you're from. No, that's not Australian. Is that Australian? That's a dollar, Australian dollar. Oh, okay, $50 Australian dollars. Let's do the conversion in case I see how much you paid to troll me. Okay, Australian. Oh, you mad because Tim Zoo lost his shit. Okay. Australian to Tim Zoo. Oh, okay. So what is this? I think he still is the sponsor, though. Let's go to this. 50. $32. Yes, $32.47 becomes the sponsor. And hey, man, we take it. We appreciate it. I'm the king of the bums. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. You're a prince of the bums. Who's the king of the bums? Who's the king of the bums? Where's this? Oh, I gotta edit it. Big thanks to Automotive Info. How you spell his name? Automotive Info. Let me just give you the full credit for it too, because I'll say 50. It costs you 50. It costs you a 50. So I'll just say a 50. Thank you, man. Appreciate you for the sponsoring this channel. However, just so you know, if I'm Prince of the Bums and you are the chief sponsor, that would make you a sponsor of bums. Appreciate you, brother. I know. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, sir. Mook. I think that means they're calling me a nigger. Let's see. Does that mean you're calling me a nigger? I think you are calling me a nigger. I think that's what mook is. What is a mook? I think a mook is it's a MFer. A mook. Yeah, that's an MFer. A person of little social standing, one not worthy of respect, a mook. You call yourself a mook. No, it means no. Well, if he's gay, hey, man, peace out to the movement, man. Peace to the movement. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Woo-wee, this makes the trolls so much easier to deal with. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Put it in the super chat by all means. That makes dealing with you. Ooh, thank you. Everybody applause for the people that spend their money to throw around worthless insults at me. So I became a member. I get a wrench. Nick McKnight, you're going to get a wrench anyway. Nick. But if you become a member, Nick, I'll wrench you up anyway. Nick. You're a regular supporter by coming on the chat. So What am I looking for? I'm looking over here. There you go, man. I mean, I would love for you to become a member. Please become a member if you can. Because honestly, man, I really do want to go to like members only type stuff. So I'm trying to get the members up for that reason, because that way I can get rid of some trolls. But at the same time, if the trolls are going to support, hey, man, thank you for your trolling. I really appreciate it. Now, let me go ahead and put this link in this thing so y'all can get on here. We've been talking for a while. We've got 600 people in the building, 661 people in the building. I appreciate you guys. If you hit them dislikes, that would be great, or hit the likes. It's either one. Just participate somehow in the chat. Thank you very much. But let me go ahead and put this link in the chat. So if somebody want to chop it up with me, we can do it. I want a link. I want to talk, Bud. Yeah, man, I'm about to put the link up. I don't know what Murder Mook is, bro. You got to speak old man to me. You know what I mean? You got to speak old man to me. You got to speak old man to me. I don't know what that is. Oh, no, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. You put it up here. Oh, let me put it here. All right, it's pinned to the top. It's pinned to the top. No, I don't know that he's afraid of him. He already fought him. Why would he be afraid of him? He already said he wanted to fight again. I do want to tell y'all, though, y'all need to stop lying on Steven Espinoza. Steven Espinoza said he was willing to fight. Was it the same terms or not? Whether it was the same terms or not, but he was definitely willing to do it. He didn't say he was committed to do it, that he wanted to do it. He said he was willing to do it. If I asked you to mow the lawn and you said, yeah, I'm willing, does that mean you want to do it? No. That's why I'm saying Steven Espinoza could steal everything out your house and you never catch up. Would you mind if I dispossessed you of your couch? Oh, no problem. You can Yeah. What do you want? I just like to dispossess you of your house. Is that all right with you? Oh, okay, no problem. And you wake up and your couch is gone. What do you mean, man? You mean why you stole my couch? I asked you, could I dispossess you of your house, of your couch? And you said yes. I have it on tape. I didn't steal. You gave me your couch because your dumb asses don't know how to listen. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, Garcia, lucky he didn't fight Lara at 140. Thank you, brother. Oh, Errol's landing. Lara, man. Hey, man. I hate that Michael Zarafa lost because Nonito Donaire and Rachel Donaire made that. Is Tank going to fight this year? Yes, I think he is going to fight this year. Lamont said a little support. Thank you, brother. Little support goes a long way, sir. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Look, matter of fact, the fact is, sir, hey, look, Sebastian Fundura just came off a knockout loss, was very fortunate to get a fight with Tim Tszyu, even more fortunate to win that fight with Tim Tszyu, seeing as he was on his way to getting knocked out, in my opinion, by Tim Tszyu, until Tim Tszyu started bleeding all over the place. And once Tim Tszyu started bleeding all over the place, that's if anybody deserves the next fight was Fundura, it's Tim Tszyu. If you wanted, who do I believe deserves that fight? It's Tim Tszyu. He deserves that fight. Tim Zoo does. What's up, DJ OC in the place to be? Spinning on them ones and twos. Let me put these banners back up here, though, for my guy that supports the channel. Spinning on them ones and twos. Hey, thank you so much, Miss Austin, with the $5 holler. Thank you. Hey, Tim Zoo arrogantly didn't put a rematch clause. That's on him. Nah, I'm pretty much sure that they got his ass on that. Nah, he probably wasn't offered one. He wasn't in a position to demand one. He wasn't in the position to demand that from Keith Thurman. He wasn't in the position to demand it. Not everybody gets those. Oh, automative. So no, not trolling, just like the show. Thank you, brother. Oh, I thought you was trolling automative info. Thank you, brother. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I mistook your humor. Thank you, man. Thank you for the big $50 Australian hollers. Thank you. I appreciate that. Really do. It's needed. Thank you. Needed. Let me get through the rest of these and we'll get back into it real quick. First day of the month. Sosa said, hey, my guy, upper echelon in the building, $2 house. Said ties. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, man, what's going on, Unc? Dre's fine and said, hey, Martin, I agree. Let's see part 2. You dig? Yeah. I mean, that's really the fight that should be made. Is that one. Tim Zoo got the raw end of the stick on that. Because Tim Zoo, really? I was thinking the whole time, like, why doesn't he just stop this fight? Why doesn't he just stop the fight? Hey, man, I got an accidental headbutt. I'm bleeding all over the place. Right around, when it happened in once you got past round 4 into round 5, they should have stopped the fight. Then went to the cards. He had a better chance, but they thought maybe he could fight through it. But by the time he got around to round, 9, you had to keep going through it because you didn't want to take that chance. That's a shame. The American dollar is only worth 32.5 in the UK. Hey, look, it's worth more than nothing around here. Hey, man, the pounds are worth a lot of money, though. Fundura fought from the outside, stayed behind his jab. Oh, I'm a bro called Mook. Okay, thank you, Mook. Thank you, Mook. I thought because you know what I thought it was? I thought it was Mooley. I thought you was calling me a Mooley or something, man. I'm looking for insults, man. Y'all gotta excuse me, man. You gotta understand. I get so many cats be hating on me, man. You know what I'm saying? I got so many cats hating on me, dog, that there'll be like legitimate dudes that are like, if you ever, hey, dog, for real, you guys gotta, please, if you ever communicate with me, always give me the opportunity to realize that you're joking. Because, dude, as a reflex, I choose violence. As a reflex, I'm choosing violence. There we go. God dang. Man, my wife just left. Forgive me. My wife packed up and headed out. Oh, no, Thurman? Yeah, well, Thurman went and elbowed him. Upper echelon, what's up? Hey, let me let Nick go real quick, and then I'm bring it back up.
All right.
Okay. What's up, Nick?
Hey, good morning. How you doing? Good morning.
Man, I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Good. So I'm gonna talk this Crawford thing. I feel like there's a little bit of, are you just trolling or are you really? I don't understand the big hate on Crawford. I don't get it. And did Fundura say he's gonna drop these belts? Because I didn't catch that anywhere.
His promoter did, yes.
His promoter said he's gonna the WBO he's gonna drop?
His promoter said we are not fighting Terence Crawford next. We are fighting Errol Spence. And Errol Spence got in the ring with him That fight's already arranged. Tim Tszyu was going to fight Errol Spence Jr. next, no matter what happened. And Tim Tszyu and Sean and Fundura was going to fight him next, no matter what the WBO ordered.
So let me get this straight. So he gets to step in front of Crawford when he put his name in for being a mandatory. He gets to step in front of Crawford after getting totally dominated. You're going to take the number one fighter in the world and shelf him because you guys want to make more money instead of make boxing better. Am I getting the full picture there, or
no? You're not getting the full picture.
Okay, so then where am I wrong that Terence Crawford doesn't deserve?
You're winning. You're winning. You're wrong because if they drop the belt, Terence Crawford gets what he wants. He gets a WBO championship fight. If they drop that belt, they drop the belt and they go do what they were going to do anyway. Then Terence Crawford still gets what he deserves, which is a fight at a vacant WBO belt.
But you said that Tszyu isn't going to fight him anyways, regardless of whatever happened.
He wasn't.
So it doesn't matter, huh?
He wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. So you're saying that Terence Crawford was going to move up
because Tszyu is fighting because Tim Tszyu was fighting because Tim Tszyu was fighting for the WBC belt too. They were going to fight. Right. He was going to fight. What you're missing is this: that the PBC. First of all, I'm not saying whether it's good, bad, or indifferent.
Right.
It's not good, bad, or indifferent. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Errol Spence Jr., if you are Tim Tszyu and Tim Tszyu's team, Tim Tszyu cannot make a fight that the PBC is not going to pay for. And the PBC is not going to give Tim Tszyu to a guy like to Terence Crawford, a guy that they're trying to build up, who's not ready for a fight with Terence Crawford. He's not ready for him. So what Terence did, Terence wasn't going to get a voluntary fight. Terence called the WBO to force the PBC into making that fight. And he chose to say, hey, if you don't fight me, I'm going to force you to be stripped. So the PBC would say, okay, you're right. You're going to force us to be stripped. No worries. We got the WBC belt over here. We're going to move the winner of this fight over to the WBC. And you can do whatever you want, Terence. It was Terence's right to become the mandatory. The WBO said that they were going to order the fight, that they were going to order those guys to enter into negotiations. Samson Leskovich, who is the promoter for a guy that, by the way, is coming off a knockout loss. Mm-hmm. Because that's what Tim Tszyu was coming off of when he got that fight, a knockout loss. So, Tim, the truth be told, Sebastian Fundura didn't even deserve the fight with Tim Tszyu if Errol Spence doesn't deserve the fight with Sebastian Fundura. You got one guy that got knocked out the fight before last, and you got a guy that just got knocked out his last fight, fighting each other. And they say, look, man, Terence Crawford's a very dangerous fighter. Matter of fact, there's not even any risk to that because we know what's going to happen. So they say, move over. And they move over.
We knew Fundura was a risk too when he was fighting Tszyu. Everybody knew he was a risk.
No, it was not a risk for the PBC at all.
Well, no, because they're in-house. I get that.
Exactly. And so it's not, I'm talking about from the PBC's point of view, the people that are paying for the fight.
Right.
The PBC, that is no risk. There's no risk to that. Because if Fundura won, they got the belts. If Tszyu wins, they got the belts. If Errol Spence Jr. fights Fundura and wins, PBC's got the belts. If Errol Spence Jr. fights Tim Tszyu, PBC's got the belts. Amazon Prime's got the belts. Whatever happens next is going to happen on Amazon Prime. If Terence Crawford wins the fight, we don't know where the fight's going. The next fight may be over there. It may be on Matchroom. It may be somewhere else because he's not. It's the same thing Top Rank does. Do you realize that do you know who's fighting for the IBF belt right now at lightweight?
No. I do not.
Lomachenko is fighting George Kambosos.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
What happened in Lomachenko's last fight?
He got beat by Hayden.
There you go. So he goes right back into a championship fight. Why? Because the two guys are both on Top Rank. I'm not telling you what I want. I'm just telling you that that's what is. And that's what it is. And I mean, we can complain about it, but hey, man, there's an easy way for Bud to fix it. Sign with the PBC and give him a reason to want to do a bunch of fights with you. But people know promoters is going to let you come in and do a one and done. Hey, let me get them belts on a guy that they know full well doesn't even belong in the ring with you. Sebastian Fundura doesn't belong in the ring with Terence Crawford.
Well, none of them do in that whole damn.
No,
division.
I'll tell you somebody that belong in the ring with him.
Boots. We all know that.
There you go.
We all know
there
that.
There you go. So why is it fair? Now let's talk about what's fair. Why is it fair for Terence Crawford to hold on to 3 belts, knowing full well that he ain't going to be defending any of them? They're letting him do that, and he won't fight Gervonta. So he won't fight Gervonta. He said he won't fight Keith Thurman. He won't fight Danny Garcia. So you think that the PBC, for the sake of boxing, should say, hey, man, let me throw my money in the trash can and let a guy that has absolutely refuses to commit to do business with me in the future. Let me risk my future for him. No chance. And Bud gets exactly what Bud deserves. He deserves a shot at the WBO belt. He doesn't deserve a shot at a PBC fighter. He deserves a shot at that WBO belt. So good luck. Go get that WBO belt. And we'll fight WBC and everything's fair.
If we talk about what's fair, then Bud is doing exactly what is fair, because this is what the sanctioning bodies are allowing.
Exactly.
And I'm saying this is because Canelo is doing the same damn thing that Bud's doing. And they allow it across the board. So if he doesn't want to fight Boots, I mean, Canelo doesn't fight freaking Benavidez. And so I've been saying this from the entire get-go, that the sanctioning bodies, regardless if there's mandatories and all those things or not, they still allow people to do whatever they want to do. And,
look, man.
And unfortunately, the same thing with the promoters. They just like, oh, we're going to make the most money. And I get it's a business proposition. And I get that they have to run a business. But at some time, you're going to have to make those fights that are going to accept a big risk, because you're going to start losing fans if you start putting.
They did it already with Bud. They did it with Bud, and Bud screwed him.
How did he screw him when Errol Spence got hurt?
Because I'm talking about the first time he let him fight Bud. I'm talking about the first time. The first time he pulled out of that fight and went and fought David Abanesian. That time, they screwed him. They held up their entire lineup for the second half of 2022, waiting on Terence Crawford to agree to a fight, and he dropped out and went and fought on BLK Prime. And then,
how can you screw somebody if you're just in negotiations? Because that's exactly what that was.
You screw somebody by not telling them that you're going to do something else.
Because they said that he couldn't fight until, I think Errol Spence wasn't even going to be ready till the beginning of the year, right?
No, wrong. Absolutely wrong. They started that negotiation in July. Terence Crawford said on at least 3 different occasions that he had accepted all the terms. He accepted their bullshit terms, and that he was going to that they just needed to make a change. They kept negotiating and kept negotiating and kept negotiating. They thought that they had reached an agreement, and then they found out from somebody other than Bud that Bud had already negotiated a deal to fight on BLK Prime. As a result, none of those fights that took place in all those dates for the second half of 2022 got canceled, did not get filled. Gervonta's fight had to wait. Jaron Ennis's fights had to wait. Danny Garcia's fights had to wait. The entire roster was held up because of that move, because they could not put a date They could not put anybody on a date because they were trying to make that fight. So
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, whatever the case was, if we want to talk about what people get, you have the right to fight for that belt. He has the right to fight for that belt. He doesn't have the right to fight for the WBC belt. He earned the right to fight for the WBO belt. So if they decide, look, man, you can keep that belt because I don't want to throw my fighter away. He can't win. I can't win. You're going to force me to fight a guy, and I know full well my guy can't win. Nah, no, thank you. I'm going to go over here and fight this guy. And you're going to throw my guy away, and you're not even going to give me anything for it? No. The PBC's not stupid. It's not their job to go out of business to make people feel good. It's not. And guess what? Terence Crawford can say, if Terence Crawford can allow himself to be stripped of his WBO belt for the IBF belt because he said, I'm not fighting him, there's nothing in it for me. Then guess what? The PBC can say, we're not fighting Bud, there's nothing in it for us. How can you say, I'm not going to fight this guy, I'm not going to fight Jermell Charlo, there's nothing in it for me. I'm not fighting Keith Thurman, there's nothing in it for me. I'm not going to fight Danny Garcia, there's nothing in it for me. I'm not going to fight Jaron Ennis and give Jaron Ennis a chance. Let him go and do what he's got to do. Let him build himself up. There's nothing in it for me. But you think you can force him to beat this guy? Come on, man. That's just not going to work.
Well, I get it, but he got stripped from his IBF I think it's barely even 2 months after he even won.
Why do you think that happened?
Well, I know what you just said. But
no. Well, let me be clear. That's not what I'm saying. No, I allowed himself to be stripped. I didn't give an explanation of why. He got stripped of that belt because that fight was supposed immediately. That fight was going to go to 154. He was going to get stripped. Because as soon as he said that, as soon as that fight was not known, this is my opinion. The IBF knew that he was still trying to fight at 147, and we didn't know. They said, look, dude, they had been waiting on Errol. They had been waiting on Terence Crawford for over a year to fight for that. Because remember, if a negotiation starts place in June of 2022, right?
Right.
It was who was negotiating to fight for the IBF belt? Errol Spence Jr. and Terence Crawford were both negotiating for that fight. So the IBF knew that Terence Crawford was fighting for that IBF title since June, at least, actually, really April of 2022, because it was consolidated. And that was the next fight. So they knew probably from April of 2022 all the way to July of 2023. That's 15 months that that Jaron Ennis was not able to fight for that title. And Terence Crawford pushed that fight from October, November of 2022 till July of 2023. So you think the IBF has got to sit around there and wait around for him to decide what to do? You say, and other people say that was only 3 weeks or 2 months or whatever it was. No, it was not. It was closer to 17 months of total time. I get it.
But Errol Spence held that title prior to that.
It doesn't matter because he held the title. Listen, I know that Errol held the title. He held the title, but the IBF did not give Jaron Ennis a shot at that because they knew Terence Crawford was going to be fighting for it. That's the reason that they didn't activate the mandatory, because of the fight with Terence and Errol.
But they also knew there was a rematch clause, though. They knew there was a rematch clause.
The rematch clause is not something that the IBF has to do. Do you realize that the WBO is going to strip the winner of Terence Crawford? It's going to strip the winner of Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury if they decide to rematch? Why? The WBO is going to strip them.
Why would they do that?
Dude, you can do it once. You're not doing it twice. You're not doing it twice in a row. But even then, the rematch was supposed to be at 154. Not for that belt.
Well, that wasn't. Terence Crawford said that he might do it at 147. It just depends on how it. He did say that too. He
Errol
contradicted
Spence Jr.
himself.
won. Watch
He
this.
contradicted himself twice.
He didn't. Who contradicted himself?
Crawford did. Crawford did because he did say immediately after the fight that I can go to 154 and fight him. It don't matter. It's going to be the same. And then probably 3 weeks or 4 weeks later, he did say, and I'm not that he may make it at 147.
Brother, look.
He might.
If I'm Daryl Peoples, I don't care. If Errol Spence Jr. won the fight, Errol was going to drop those belts, all of them, and go to 154. So all those belts have been open if Errol won because he was going to go to 154. Right. That was it for him. If Terence won, Terence was either going to rematch Errol at 154. That's what Errol was going to ask for, to fight him at 154. But anyway you cut it, the IBF does not. The IBF was waiting for a Terence Crawford Errol Spence Jr. fight for about 2 years. And so you can't just count the amount of time. The clock did not just start when Terence got that belt because they waited for that fight. Jaron Ennis fought Custio Clayton. He fought Karen Kukadajian. And I do believe he then turned around and had to fight Romy and Villa. He popped all three of those fights off in the amount of time he was waiting for Terence Crawford. And Terence Crawford openly said he wasn't going to fight him. So they take the belt. And guess what? They were smart to do it because now Terence Crawford just activated his mandatory for the 154 at WBO. He's not going to be defending his WBA belt. He's not defending his WBC belt or his WBO belt. The only thing that's going on there is those guys are holding those belts up. Because and watch this, he even hedged on whether or not he was going to fight at 154. He's not guaranteed to even go to 154 because he petitioned. I can't say he petitioned or not, but the WBO said, we're going to allow Terence Crawford to keep his WBO belt, even though he said he's moving up and we're going to order this fight. So until this fight is actually made and he steps in the ring, Terence Crawford is still going to be holding on to the WBO 147-pound title. So you got to deal with the fact that if I'm Al Heyman, I gotta look at the fact that number one, Terence Crawford is gonna beat my guy. Yep. He's gonna win. Number two, he's flaky, and he may not even show up. Number three, he's a pain in the ass to deal with, and he costs a lot of money. And number four, he may not even re-sign with me, and he'll go somewhere else, and I lose all my belts. I'm not doing it with him. I'm going to tell the WBO, keep your belt. I'm going to move my subpar fighters over here, just like Josh Kelly. When they ordered that fight with Josh Kelly, Terence Crawford, if the WBO orders Terence Crawford and Josh Kelly to fight for that WBO belt, Nick, man, I think I'm going to start side bets about whether or not Terence Crawford takes it.
He might.
How much money? How much money is it in the fight? I see you, Dapper Douglas. How much money is in that fight?
Oh, there's not a lot, but he might just to get a belt just to get leverage.
No, he's not.
Because that's going to give him four. That's going to give him 4 division champ. So he might do it.
If he fights a fight, now he may do it. I can't say that he won't do it. If he does it, he can decrease his value astronomically. From going from a fight with Errol Spence Jr. to a fight with Josh Kelly, and you won't fight Jaron Ennis. Josh Kelly already lost. Josh Kelly got knocked out by the same guy that Bud Crawford knocked out in the last. He got knocked out by David Avanesyan.
Yep.
So you're gonna do that? How many people are gonna buy your fights? None. Is that fight gonna be a pay-per-view? If it is, it's gonna flop. Your ticket sales are gonna flop. And then now, what does it look like? You're the biggest name in boxing. You're a big draw. No, you're not. You just flopped with David Avanesyan. It's not a smart move for him, man.
I don't think it is either. I would like to see him fight Boots.
Oh, hey, hold on. Upper
Okay.
echelon. I did not put you on hold. He was on first.
Yeah.
Upper echelon. I did
I'll
not
get
put
off
you
here.
on. No, hold on a second. I want because upper echelon said that in chat. Brother, you were second. I just told you, hey man, I just put you on for a second and said, hey man, I see you, I'm gonna get you. But Nick is the first person to ask me to put the link in the chat, and he was the first person behind. He was the first person behind. So no, I didn't put you on timeout or put you on pause. You were in second in line, man. Anyway, man, I got a cat right behind, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to battle you a little bit, give you a little bit of fun this morning.
To answer your question, no, I'm not trolling.
All right.
No, I'm definitely not trolling. I'm dead serious about what I'm saying. I know that Terence Crawford is probably the best fighter. I think Terence Crawford is the best fighter.
Yeah,
he is.
I just think the promotions. I know he's hard to deal with. I get over the promotions and the belts and how all this crap works. And to me, I think it's putting a stain on boxing, man. To be honest, I saw Errol Spence get up there to say that, and I'm like, dude, I'd love to see Crawford fight Fundura. I would love to see that. Like, I would love to see that dude get in.
I would love to see a lot of fights. I would love to see Lomachenko. I would love to see Lomachenko fight Gervonta. Bob Arum is not throwing him over there.
Man, he's not going. I don't want to see that fight. I want to see Davis versus Shakur.
No, I want to see all of them. Yeah. I mean, that's not a mutually exclusive proposition.
Yeah,
I want to see Shakur and Gervonta. I want to see Gervonta and Frank Martin. I want to say Shakur. These are all fights I want to see. I think that's a big problem in boxing. Everybody talks about there's only one fight that can happen right now that you want. When the truth of the matter is there's a bunch of fights I want to see. Several fights I want to see. And if
most of those fights don't get made because of
Nick, I got a guy right behind you.
All right, I'll get out of here. All right, man, talk to you later. Peace out.
Sure. Take care. Dapper Douglas, what's going on, big man?
I was enjoying the cook, man. I couldn't. I was all ears.
So what's on your mind? Thank you. What's on your mind, man?
Two things. I agree with what you're saying completely when it comes to the business of Bud. And you gave a great analogy about him getting the opportunity. Now, this may be PG, or rated R, but he was able to get in the bid with PBC. No foreplay, no nothing. You just got in, did your thing, called her all types of names. Right? So I get that, but from a Spence fan standpoint, I don't trust Spence based off the last fight because I couldn't see the same day weigh-in, and I know a lot of people that lost money on that fight. But Spence, up until this Crawford fight, has always been truthful. But that fight should have took place after the Ugas fight in July between him and Bud, had it not been dragged out for so long. And I think the mistake was him bending the corner to get Bud again in the car, just for the second time to fight. Because it's like, man, I owe the fans this, but at the same time, there was no transparency. Like I said, people lost a lot of money. So seeing him get it in the ring.
What transparency?
As far, not from a contractual standpoint, I'm talking about from a physical. We couldn't see the same day weigh-in, and we didn't know his condition before the fight. Because to me, that wasn't the Spence that I know of.
We saw it was the same day, man. It was the same day weigh-in.
I didn't get.
Wait, no, you never see this. Oh, you never.
Yeah,
no, you talking about? You didn't get it.
About.
Nah, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, I know what Andre Ward and them talking about. Andre Ward and them wasn't talking about that. Andre Ward and them guys were talking about the fact that he more than likely is talking about the fact that man was injured.
Right.
And yeah, but dude,
you can't make no money on that.
Fighters going
people money.
Anyway, go ahead, man. Yeah, but he can't do that, bro. He's not going to give up. First of all, if you lose money betting on a guy that's favored to lose, because he wasn't the favorite in that fight, Bud was the favorite in that fight, man.
Right. But from a standpoint of watching Spence's career up until this point, like I slept on Crawford. I'm not going to front. And now it was like 50-50 on my end. I'm like, man, am I lunching on Crawford? Or am I not giving Crawford enough, credit? Spence is good, but I thought Spence was not going to steamroll, but I had Spence winning that fight. You know what I mean? That's just from the outside looking in, though. But again, Spence has a right, PBC has a right to run their business the way they see fit. He's still valuable. Yeah, put him back in the ring with Fundura, but Crawford shot himself in the foot. He's been doing that. You know what I mean? So I'm just being consistent in what I've been saying. Like, yeah, I don't want to see Spence because I was just disappointed from the last fight. I feel like, yeah, you should work your way back up, but it's still a business aspect, you know what I mean, that I'm looking at as well, too.
Okay, for sure. I appreciate it. Thanks, bro. Thank you, Dapper Douglas.
No problem, man. Hey, I'll be back in the chat, man. Have a good one.
You as well, man. Salute to you, sir. I like that background, too.
Thank
All
you,
right, man.
guy. No problem.
All right, peace. Hey, May, Big Dre in the building. Dre's finest said, hey, my Bison brother, stay up. Martin, you. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that $5 holler, brother. Thank you for that support, man. Dude, nobody blame. Hey, Tim, you got to stop that, bro. Tim, nobody said it was Spence. Why you be making arguments and you arguing against a point nobody made? No, I didn't hear anybody say that it was Bud's fault, that Terence wasn't prepared. That Errol was it. Did anybody say it was Bud's fault? And it may not even miss. It may not even have mattered. But Tim, you be arguing about shit people didn't even say, bro. Ain't nobody said it was Bud's fault about anything. Just like it ain't Sebastian Fundura's fault that they about to drop that belt and move on over. Crawford fans are mad at Errol. Dog, look, man, it is what it is, man. You guys, dude, I'm not talking about what I want to have happen. I'm just giving you the logic behind it. And you don't like it, you don't have to like it. I'm telling you, man, I'm giving you a business consultation. It would be stupid for Al Heyman to keep that WBO belt. It would be dumb. It would be professionally irresponsible for Samson Leskovich to make that fight with Terence Crawford and Sebastian Fundura. I will go so far as to say Samson Leskovich should be fired as the promoter of Sebastian Fundura if he makes that fight and not the Errol Spence fight. It's professionally irresponsible. It's professionally irresponsible to do that. If you are guiding the career of Sebastian Fundura, it is professionally irresponsible to take him that route. You are not doing your job if you do that. And it is clear as day. And the only retort that you got is that Bud deserves it. No, Bud does not deserve a fight with Sebastian Fundura. He deserves a fight for that WBO title. Just like Shakur Stevenson didn't deserve a fight with Devin Haney specifically, he deserved a fight for the WBC belt. And that's a fact. He did deserve it. He got what he deserved, a shot at the WBC. Just like if Terence Crawford wants to make that dumbass decision and go up in there and try to fight a Josh Kelly for the faking WBO, go ahead and do it. Knock him out in a couple rounds, get a paycheck, let your market value do this, zip to the damn ground, because you're not going to sell no tickets. Absolutely, he deserves a Fundura fight. Yes, he does. He does deserve a Fundura fight. I can't even believe you said that shit. Does he deserve a Fundura fight? Of course he does. Of course he does. Without a doubt, he does. I have no idea how you think he doesn't. Upper echelon. I don't even have any idea how in the world you think he doesn't deserve a fight with Fundura. If Fundura didn't hold those belts and Errol Spence Jr. came up and fight Fundura without that belt, you don't think he deserves a fight with Fundura? Errol Spence Jr. got a stadium in Dallas, Texas, where there's 50,000 people can fill that place up. You don't think he deserves that? You don't think he deserves the right to make Sebastian Fundura a lot of money? For real? Man, y'all are wilding, dog. Y'all are wilding, dog. Y'all are wilding. I guess Gervonta Davis doesn't deserve a fight. Doesn't deserve a fight with Isaac Cruz. Or I'm sorry. I guess Gervonta Davis doesn't deserve a fight. Or who? Man, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Y'all silly, man. That's boxing. That ain't business. Upper echelon, man. How can I help you, brother?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking shit about that caller you had, Nick. Like, he had me come up there. Like, I thought he was gonna make a point. That man pulled a cow up here, man. He just kept saying a whole bunch of shit that didn't matter. Then he ended up agreeing with you.
Hey, man, come on, man. Don't browbeat the dude, man. Kyle's he's a good dude, bro. Fry up on what you want to talk about, man. I don't want to discourage him from getting up here. If it's a legitimate troll, then go in on him, brother. But if not, I mean, I like Kyle. Kyle just asked an honest question.
Just Kyle coming to my show. I told him jump to Kyle.
Not Kyle. Not Kyle.
You talking about the other guy?
Yeah, what's his name? Oh my God, Nick. Yeah, Nick. I don't want to discourage Nick from getting back up here, bro.
Well, if somebody, I understand, right? People
all right, I'll be right back to listen to you.
All right, people say what Errol don't deserve. This is the same one that beat Kell Brook, beat Lamont Peterson. Him and Mikey Garcia broke the record. Him and Danny Garcia outsold Canelo with the biggest gate. He beat your Danny's Ugas. This man sat there and picked up every belt one by one. He went and got every belt. And all Terence Crawford sat over there with whatever Bob ordered belt and waited until Errol came over there. Now, yeah, he succeeded versus Errol. Errol wanted the payday. He messed up. We can't blame nobody. It was a fight. They lost. But it's funny how a lot of fans sit there and say, we always sit there and say why fighters don't fight the great fights or why they don't take the tough challenges. Okay, back in the day when fighters used to fight, you can get a loss and it still meant something. Like, it still meant something. You still was a great fighter because only a great fighter loses to another great fighter. Like, we can sit there and watch Riddick Bowe versus Holyfield 3 times. We can watch Riddick Bowe beat Holyfield, Holyfield beat Bowe, and Bowe beat Holyfield again. And we have no problem with that. Or we watch Tyson get smashed by Lewis a couple times, or Tyson get smashed by Holyfield a couple times. Like, people don't understand. 2 great fighters make a great fight. But now we with this cancel culture that if a great fighter gets in a great fight and if he gets beat, then that means that a great fighter is not a great fighter no more. Like Step Fulton, he lost to Naoya Inoue. Now this man sat there and was a unified champion, beat great opposition, and then people were ready to talk junk, throw him away, not that. Errol Spence was like Thanos gathering all the belts. He had an off night and lost to Crawford. Next thing you know, people want to throw him away. Bernard Hopkins lost his first fight. He lost his first fight and then went on to become undisputed and beat a whole lot of other people. We didn't throw him away. Roy Jones lost fights. Lennox Lewis lost fights. And Lennox Lewis is considered one of the best heavyweights. After he done lost a few fights. Got knocked out by Rockmire. He got beat by Oliver McCall. But that don't limit them or stop them from being a fighter. And then y'all sitting there talking, James Lights Out Tony was the #1 pound for pound. He got beat by Roy Jones Jr. James Toney still had an illustrious and a long career. Okay, y'all had Terence Crawford, the pound for pound #1 guy. And they had Errol Spence pound for pound #2. When 2 fighters fight each other, somebody has to lose. But if you add them both together, there's only 1 loss between the 2 of them. And people don't understand that's what great trilogies used to come from. Like, people used to fight each other over and over. That's where great fights came from. Like, I'm going to tell you like this. I watched all 3 of the Bowe versus Holyfields. Those was hellified fights. Ali versus Frazier. Those were good fights. Like, people act like a fighter can't lose and still be great. Marvelous Marvin Hagler lost fights. He still was great. So was the Hitman Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard. All these people lost fights. Floyd was the only anomaly. And Andre Ward, he stopped a little bit before his career continued. But Floyd, he make people think that if you're not undefeated when you finish, then your career is not that. No, that's not the. You got people comparing Manny Pacquiao and Canelo's resumes to Floyd, and they both got losses. And it's not about the people that you beat or didn't get beat by. It's the fight that you didn't fight. Now, I don't want to sit there and talk about a fighter who had all the chances to fight the big fights, but he retires undefeated, and it's that asterisk by his name. Well, you didn't fight this guy, or you didn't fight this guy.
Hey, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Somebody timed out this nuts in the UK for saying stupid shit. Dude, don't time people out. I'm asking you not to time people out, bro. Okay, so I got to do something. Planet 619, bro. This is probably the second or third time, bro, I asked you not to do that, if I recall correctly. Okay? Stop timing people out. Let me see it. If they say something I don't like, I will ask somebody to time it out. Please stop timing out people. Because you got that boy SB saying my account keeps getting timed out. So I got to tell you, if you time somebody out without me seeing it, bro, I'm got to take your wrench.
Hey, for none, he called you that funny name.
I see it. I see what he said. Fag 9. I don't care. Fuck him. But let me see it. And then let me see clip him. Okay. Please stop timing people out. I mean, I'm asking every day for people to stop timing people out. But you're here to not get timed out yourself. The reason I give a lot of wrenches is so that you don't get timed out for saying something. But you're just going to time people out and never even let me see what they said? Dog, I'm going to take your wrench, man. I'm telling you, that's the last one, too. Then I got to take wrenches. You're not even letting me get a chance to know this dude. Obviously, I would block that dude. But let me make the decision. Some of these people are getting blocked for things that I might have fun with. I may be able to crack a joke on this fucking buffoon. Let me make my jokes. You fucking me over. Planet 619, you're fucking me over. Not him, me. Stop doing that. I got to take the wrench, man, because I know I've asked several times. Stop timing people out. You have a wrench so that you do not get timed out. So that somebody can't do that to you. So you're going to do it to somebody else? That's why I got to keep giving everybody wrenches. Because you keep timing people out. I don't have any problem, bro, with somebody calling me that. I will clown his ass for about 5 seconds. Then I'll say, now go away. And I'll throw him out. Please stop that, man. Let these guys speak. All right, bro. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, but basically what I was saying is if you're going to be a great fighter, you should leave no stone unturned. It shouldn't be no question of who you did and didn't fight. Like, I'm not saying Bud is not a great fighter. He's a hell of a fighter inside that ring, but it's still questions. Like, people say he hasn't fought nobody at their best. The young boy Boots is at his best. He's calling for you. I mean, if you want to solidify yourself and put yourself in the history, because people can say what they want, but Floyd did fight everybody in his era. I mean, Bud, take the fight. Take the fight. Or fight Earl at a different weight, and not try to weight drain the man and nothing like that. I just want to see the fights. But like I said, we got to stop throwing away fighters after they get one loss. Because in great boxing, fighters get losses. That's when we get great fights. When great people meet each other, it's only one winner, like Highlander. There can only be one. So if you got two great people coming, somebody's got to get a loss. But if you got a pool of at least 8 great fighters, I would still love to see all 8 of them great fighters go against each other, like Thurman versus Porter, Errol versus Porter, Errol versus Thurman, Garcia versus Thurman, Garcia versus Porter. Those were great fights. So we can't stop. We need to start writing off fighters just because they lose the other elite talents. That's all I'm saying. Let's just give the fighters, show them respect. Let's watch the fights and let's stop trying to count people out because they lost to another elite talent. Because most of y'all can't even get up there and throw a punch anyway. But be the first ones to judge. But that's all, Martin. I'm out, man.
All right, brother. Thank you, man.
Peace.
Appreciate you, sir. Okay. Yeah, I gotta take that Planet 619 because I know I've said that a bunch of times, bro. I know I've said that a bunch of times. As a matter of fact, I said it today. I said, look, man, if I see it, I'll say, hey, who's the fastest person to clip him? And anybody, after I say you can clip him, anybody can clip him. Everybody can clip him. Have fun. And I don't care what they say. They can say whatever insult they want to say. I don't care. Let me read it. Let me read it. Jared Wilson, you be the first victim. Mind your business. Don't get comfortable. I'm going to give Planet 619 his wrench back in about 10 minutes. Because I know why y'all get y'all asses blocked now. Don't think it's going to be no... I just want to see it. That's it. As soon as I see it, hey, bombs the fuck away. Okay? Bombs away after I see it. Bombs away. Matter of fact, I'm about to give him his wrench back. No, I'm going to wait a minute, man. God dog, man, please stop doing that. You ruining my content. Do you understand I get to say, true, true, true. True, true. Dude, I got the perfect counter to that. True, true, true. You got a dude calling me Fag9, a 5'2" midget with crooked teeth and a face his mama don't even love. Talking about true, true, true. Calling me that? Man, you tripping. Yeah, stop timing them out, man. Stop timing people out. Let me see it. I get to make fun of that little dude, man. I enjoy making fun of his ass. I don't make fun of everybody else. I don't make fun of everybody. Him, I'll make fun of his ass. Nigga, you this tall. Fuck you talking about? You're a mini-me. Like you're little. Think you look like fucking dude. Man, little Gary Coleman looking ass dude. Man, that dude look like Gary Coleman without the part. Same size, dog. Same sense of humor. A little shit about that little sissy version of Gary Russell. Man, little gender fluid Gary Coleman, dog. Little gender fluid Gary Coleman, dog. I ain't trying to hear that crap. That man got to say something to me. What? Anyway, MMA Prodigy ain't here, man. Anyway, hey, I'm so sorry that I missed what my guy was saying, man. But anyway, back to this, dog. Because look, bro, I'm in the comment section. I'm reading the comments, but I don't get to see him on YouTube. I see him back here in StreamYard. So if you clip him, I don't even see him. So please stop doing that. What are you talking about, Juan? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about, A. Jones? Look, man, that dude works for Ring Magazine, bro. He's like, he's not real, bro. He's nothing real about that dude. Okay? That dude is not real like that. He's not real like that. He's not real. Okay? That shit is like fake. That's the Wizard of Oz shit over there. Okay? That's some Wizard of Oz, the man behind. Dog, that man got a hand up his ass and somebody moving his mouth for him. Dog, anybody that got Dougie Fisher, anybody that got Steve Kim, Rick Glazier, and literally can sit in the back room playing spades with Terence Crawford to build his name up. Dog, that dude is a media plant. Nobody trying to hear that shit. SS Boy, thank you, brother, for joining the chat, brother. And thank you for letting me know that you got blocked. And you better believe it, you about to get this wrench on this particular one. Thank you for joining. Thank you for putting your money where your mouth is. Thank you for joining the chat. Thank you for the support. And by the way, I know probably you saying something that may be crazy, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You know what I mean? But we got a place for everybody here, man. We got a place for everybody here. Now I got to protect you. You can say anything but name, shame, that's low. I can say whatever I want to say. Actually, you know what? Nah, I got to snatch it. Because that right there, this right there, man, I got to take that. I got to take that. I got to take that. You about to drop the 20. Hey, man, you can drop 20 all you want. I got to take that wrench, though. Just let you know. I had a oops. You're on the wait list. I got to wait list you. We're gonna see whether or not this works or not. Also, you may run around going wild, bro, because I appreciate your support, but I don't really know you like that. But you're a member, so I'm always gonna read your chat. I appreciate you, brother. Gotta take that. I gotta take that. No Diddy. Man, y'all need to stop hating on Diddy, bro. And you didn't ask for the wrench too, so I gotta appreciate that too. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I live in Omaha, Nebraska for 30 years. I've never thought Bud was a great fighter because of the competition. No, he's a great fighter, bro. Oh, Edwin Oldtown, that's fair. Hey, and Planet 619, leave a comment so I can give you your wrench back. I'll give you your wrench back. Just leave a comment, Planet 619. But man, stop using it. I'm going to give you the wrench. Stop using it. You know what I mean? Like, you got a gun, that don't mean you got to shoot everybody. Anyway, let's get back on this. Who has too much coffee for me today? Bud deserves a fight for that WBO because he's the super champion. He is the super champion. And thank you so much for that support, brother. So he deserves that. Hey, what's going on, Kiki? Kiki with the $10 house said, wrench for Plant 619. He's good people. Oh, you don't have to. All you got to do is comment. I'll give it back to him. Hey, thank you, Plant 1619. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. And hey, man, hold on one second. Let me get it. Yeah, let me wrench you back up. You know I was going to wrench you back up. Planet 619. You knew you was going to get wrenched back up. Big time. Tay, man, in American dollars, Big Banks $49.99 becomes a channel sponsor in true dollars. So we got to go ahead and put this up here on the banner. We're going to say because he matched, he's the spot. He is now. What are we at? Damn. And what am I trying to do? Oh, I'm trying to do this. Thank you, brother. Big thanks to my guy, Banks the Boxing Fan, who takes over the sponsorship. Because he's in U.S. dollars. It's just how it works. And thank you so much, my guy, Automotive Info, for having supported that $50 Aussie. We got Banks. The Boxing Fan. Oh, I can't spell boxing because my X is broken. Damn. I can get it, though. Got to do a little bit. Take a little bit of effort because I got my keyboard is, what you would refer to as ghetto. My X doesn't work on my keyboard, and it's so valuable because I do my work. I never have any time to take it to the shop and get the keyboard fixed. So I always just copy and paste an X. So it always takes me a little bit more time, but and we're just going to round that up to big 40. Well, we'll go to $49.99. As the new channel sponsor, thank you. The sponsor of this live stream, the official #1 sponsor of this video is Banks the Boxing Fan. Thank you, brother. And trust you me, I am going to actually, as of today, I'm going to start keeping track of the #1 sponsor because I got to give you, and God, I got to find my girl. Thank you, brother. Here for 9. Take that. Thank you. The X should never work. That's why we call it Big X. Nah, my X don't work, bro. My X don't work, bro. My X don't work. There's that link, man. I ain't got nobody in line if you want to chop it up. Where you at, Mastermind? Where you at, Mr. Mastermind? Always hating, trying to be polite, but yeah, I don't believe you. There you go, Mastermind. Click that link. Click that. King said my ex don't work with her bum ass. Hey, man. Hey, dog. Cheaper to keep her. Waiting for my wrench still. My membership block, dog. You're never going to get a wrench then. You're never going to be a member then, brother. You ain't blocked. You got about 1 million. How in the world is your membership blocked when your ass can leave a super chat? I'm not trying to hear that, dog. No, nobody believe that shit. But thank you, G-Man. Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on, pound for pound box?
Good morning, OG.
Good morning,
How you
sir.
doing? Good morning, OG.
Man, I can't complain.
I know you don't like people breaking news on it, so I want to ask you: did you see Michael Benson's new post?
Let's see. No, I don't mind.
Could, like,
I don't mind
this for the topic.
I don't mind. I don't want King breaking news. I don't want him because that shit could be fake. He'd be lying. So I always gotta. But what are you talking about specifically?
Well, supposedly he posted that the WBO just ordered the Sebastian Fundura and Crawford, and I know you was talking about that in the business sense of it. So maybe you could cook on that, and maybe Sebastian's next move now, because supposedly it's been ordered. So
yeah, I can already tell you that that's worth the internet paper it's printed on.
Right,
They may do it, but nah, they're probably gonna drop that belt. Let's see what Mike but let me see something. Yeah, to defend his next. The parties have until April 25th to agree. Then purse bids. Well, welcome to purse bid.
Right, that's what I was saying. Even though they ordered it, like you said, yeah, they could drop it. They probably gonna. That's probably gonna be the next news soon. Then, yeah, because if they really officially ordered it, then yeah, you'll probably hear Sebastian drop it soon. Then,
yeah, you'll see him, or they can negotiate with it, or they can walk through the whole thing. They can walk through the whole thing, not come up to an agreement, and get that belt drop. But I think they're gonna drop the belt. That's what I think. Because
yeah.
More importantly, Samson Leskovich. When Samson Leskovich said that, and Samson Leskovich is the promoter for
Sebastian
Fundura, they already knew the WBO was going to order it. Mm-hmm. When Errol Spence Jr. walked in that ring, they knew the WBO was going to order it. So it's no surprise that they did it on Monday, because they said they would. They said they had 5 days. They said they had 5 days. So now they gave them 25 days. They've actually stretched it out. Oh no, let me see. 25 days. Yeah, well, let me see. Let me see what the WBO rules are. On let me see something.
And that even if they do that Spence versus Fundura fight, that still be for the WBC belt, right? Because he's the official champion for WBC now, or is it still the interim or whatever? Okay,
absolutely. Yeah, so. All they're gonna do is save 3%.
Right.
Like they're gonna, let me see. Designation, unification. I'll look it up. Section 13, which is 14. That's division of persons.
I think you're definitely right about that. I agree with you. I think they definitely gonna make that Spence fight, because it's just, just a bigger fan base and everything. Like, I think it's just gonna be a way bigger fight. And these are their fighters, like you said. Like, no disrespect to Bud, but he is a free agent. So when you just think about business, these are dudes that you've been rocking with. These are part of your stable. You're gonna put, especially when you got a dude like Spence who's gonna sell crazy numbers. Now they're on a new platform. He's coming back, so it just makes a lot of sense.
H Money, the Brooklyn. Yeah, it does, brother. Thank you, pound for pound. Appreciate you, brother.
No problem, bro. Go ahead, keep cooking. I just wanted to give you that because I seen it like 7 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, we talked about it. We knew that.
Throw this on
he himself had said, what's his name?
Paco.
Paco, yeah. Thank you, brother. Thank you. That's the second time. Thank you. Paco Veras of Varcarcel said that they were planning on ordering it next week. So he said that on Saturday. He said that on Sunday morning, and they did it on Monday. But the funny thing is, they said that they got 5. The funny thing is, he sped it up because I do believe he said you had 5 days to start negotiations, or they would order it. That's what I thought he originally said. They got 5 days, and so now they didn't give them 5 days. They just cut right to the chase. So whatever, Paco. All right, brother. Thank you, man.
All right, cool. No problem. Keep cooking, brother. I'm being in the chat.
Sir, man.
Have a good day.
You as well. Kind. Your name is Kind.
What's up, Mac?
Hold on, man. You're not Kind. You corrected your thing.
I fixed it, yeah.
Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second, man. Edwin Volaton in the building for coming to YouTube. Member, getting me that much closer to being able to go members only on these people. And Chef D in the building said, thank you for the facts and the entertainment. Brother, my pleasure. How can I help you, King?
Good morning and salute, Fanan. How you doing, man? Another day, another show. Fanan International Boxing.
Look, let me tell you something, man. Go perfect your performance arts some goddamn where else. Just testing my remove button in case you got to get quick, in case you get cute. See how quick that is? In case you wanna play some audio or start talking and breaking some news. It's like I'm that quick. Okay. I keep I keep my finger on the button with you. So go ahead.
Oh.
Just want to let you know in case you doubted it.
No, I believe
go ahead.
you. Yeah, so somebody already brought it up. I was going to discuss this with you. So what do you make out of this news that now that it's officially ordered with purse bids due before April 25th? Do you think that makes any difference on this situation at all?
First of all, the purse bids are not due before April 25th.
Or is it starting April 25th? I'm sorry.
Sir, they have 25 days to negotiate an agreement before they will order a purse.
Right. Okay. So what do you make out of that? Do you think that changes anything? Do you think?
Dude, I already said this. You've been watching. You already know what I think of this. So why are you asking me questions you know the answer to?
What do you specifically want to happen?
I've already see. That's my point. Why don't you get to that and get off of the other crap? Because you know what I think about that. I told you it was going to happen the last time I talked to you.
Do you think
we already knew? It means
nothing. Errol Spence deserves that fight.
Let me tell you. Yes, absolutely, he deserves that fight.
Do you honestly believe that, though?
Absolutely, positively, 100%. I believe Errol Spence Jr. deserves a fight with Sebastian Fundura.
But yes. I know you're from Texas. I know you like Errol.
I'm not from Texas.
Pull that.
I'm not from Texas.
You live in Texas. Put all that.
I'm not from Texas. I'm not from Texas. So don't say I'm from Texas. I'm not from Texas. I'm from, if you listen to my voice, you could tell I'm not from Texas.
So putting all that to the side, you're saying that Errol Spence deserves that fight.
Dude, how many times you gonna ask me the same question?
Why do you believe he deserves it, if you don't mind?
Because he is because he is a very long reigning champion at 147 pounds. He was the WBO champion, the WBA champion, and the IBF champion. He has grown himself to being a big enough draw to be able to fill up a stadium in Dallas, Texas. And he has a lot of fans that want to see him fight.
We don't know how many fans want to see him after that loss.
The biggest attraction in that fight between Sebastian Fundura and Errol Spence Jr. is Errol Spence. But Errol Spence is a world-class fighter with one loss. The same reason I'm not complaining about Lomachenko. Do you think Lomachenko deserves a fight with George Kambosos?
Yeah, but Fanan, you know what happened?
I'm sorry, brother, he just lost.
He petitioned to the WBC to get a rematch, and they put him in the #1 position, or all those sanctioning bodies.
What did you say?
He put in a request to the sanctioning bodies to get another opportunities after he thought he won that fight against Devin Haney.
No, that's not what he did.
That's what he did. They sent a letter.
That's not what he did. What did you say that he did?
They asked the sanctioning, specifically the WBC, but they asked all of them.
Specifically all of them. But what did he do?
After he lost to Haney, he wanted to get directly in line to rematch him to get another shot in the #1 position.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember that.
I do, but yeah, he wanted to be the #1. I just said, you said something about being a mandatory.
So he went to all of the sanctioning bodies to get back in line on the top.
Okay, and so the IBF said, okay, good. So he deserves a fight because of that?
That's how that happened. That's what I'm saying.
I said, does he deserve the fight because of that?
Does he deserve it? I don't know if he deserves it.
Dude, you said he deserved it. So now you don't know because you realize that you just made a stupid argument? Look, bro, you just made a dumbass argument and you fried yourself again. Okay? It's like fucking every day. You just said Lomachenko deserved the fight because he went to the WBC specifically and asked him to rank him. Well, guess what? So did Errol. The WBC is going to sanction that fight. So since the WBC is sanctioning, the IBF sanctioning Lomachenko and Kambosos means Lomachenko deserves it. Then the WBC sanctioning the Errol Spence with Fundura means Errol deserves it. According to your own reasoning. Dude,
Lomachenko,
you're a fucking hater. Fuck out of my face, bro. Fuck out of my face. You do the same stupid shit every day. You don't even know what you think. You know you a dumb son of a bitch when you don't even know what you think. You think he deserves it. What kind of buffoon do you have to be where I let you know that you think he deserves it? Does Lomachenko deserve a championship fight coming off of a loss? Yes. Why? Because he asked the IBF and the IBF approved it. Well, didn't Errol have to ask to fight for the WBC belt? Doesn't he have to get the WBC's permission? Yes. So Errol deserves it. Alton Jones said just showing support for the channel. Thank you, brother. Next. Hey, Hassan, let me see. Applause to the first one to shoot Hassan. Hey, Plan 619. He's right above you. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Let's see who got him. Who got him? Who got him? Who got him? Who got him? Rampage. Everybody cheer Rampage. Rampage clipped him. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Everybody got him. I told you, just let me read it. Let me read it, dog. And hey, trust me, the approval's coming quick. Get him. That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious. East New York, your device is not connected, man. And what is East New York? East New York, your device is not connected, man. And I have a suspicion that you're trolling. Anyway, Errol is not like is hard not like that, so his fans can't be categorized. Hey, let me tell you something, man. Errol Spence Jr. is a former world champion coming off a loss. He's getting a championship fight like it or fucking lump it. Okay? He's going to be fighting. They're not going to give Terence Crawford control of half of the fucking division, bro. Okay? They're not happening. It's not happening, dog. Get your ass over there, dog. Oh, East New York. Oh, East New York is a Brooklyn neighborhood? Okay. I didn't know that. You know I don't know nothing about New York. Hey, East New York, your device is not connected, brother. Your device is not connected. Oh, hard not to like. It's H Money, dog. Bro, let me tell you something, H Money, bro. H Money, you're not getting on my channel, dog. Okay? We going to go ahead and get rid of you, H Money. Okay? H Money the Don, we getting you up out of here, bro. Goodbye. Not interested. See you later. Ban this motherfucker too. H Money, nah. Nah. Guilt by association, bro. Nah. Nah. No, thank you. Nah. No takers. My good brother Martin, be a sport and help your bison brother with 150 bags to mulch his yard. Stay up, Martin. I got to get my rest, you dig? For sure, brother. Nah. No, thank you. I got a good memory, H Money. Nah. No takers on that. No takers on that, brother. No takers on that, brother. Yeah, they want to talk about deserve. Gervonta. Hey, Jerron doesn't deserve a shot at Errol. Hey, did Jerron deserve a shot at Terence Crawford? I'm wondering, what happened to all you Terence Crawford fans that said Jerron Ennis didn't deserve a fight that Jerron Ennis didn't deserve a Terence Crawford fight, even though he was the mandatory? How was that? How was that? Honest question. Didn't you guys say, what has Jerron Ennis done to deserve that fight? And he was the mandatory. You know what? I don't like that no free speech, but who said there's no consequences? There is consequences to your speech, though. It is. But there is no free speech in private settings. Treated and mulch the lawn, man. I hire somebody, man. I really wish I could do lawn work, but man, I am so allergic, man. It's bananas. Hey, y'all, where y'all click the link? Somebody don't want to click. Y'all don't want to click the link today? That's all right. I understand. I cannot sing, but I love to. Bible backed. What is that? I think it's honestly kind of funny that the games that y'all trying to play, bro. Honestly, I think it's kind of funny, this whole thing with the WBO. I find the whole thing funny. Really, really funny. Because y'all talk so much shit. I find it funny. Do you know what else I found funny? I found this funny. I know y'all think I'm haters, but I ain't gonna lie, bro. Dog, I found this so funny.
Like, my heart, bro.
I found that so funny.
Like, I had that little nigga with me.
You have no idea how funny I found that. How I laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. You have any idea how I laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed about that shit? Dog, my gut was busted. I was laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing. I get demonetized, man. Hey, dog, for real. That and talking about political things, dog, I get my live streams get demonetized every time I do it. Man, I be laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing, bro. Where you going, Banks? You met? Why about you said bye-bye, bro? What you talking about, Banks? I be laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing. I swear, bro, I be laughing, dog. Because you get what you deserve because you talk so much shit. I'm sorry, man. You just talk so much smack, bro. You just talk so much smack. You all think that you talk so bad about the PBC. I see you, upper echelon. You talk so bad about the PBC going out of business. And the PBC is leading your ass by the nose. Fuck you, King. I'm not reading that shit. You put it up there. Everybody can see it. I'm not reading shit. No. I'm not reading no $2 super chat from your ass. Matter of fact, what I'm going to do is ban your ass. Make him a new name. I'm not talking to you. Get the fuck out of my face, dog. You been had a $10 rule on you. I'm not reading no super chats less from you under $10. And I think I made a mistake one time. I banned his ass. Make another one. I think I made a mistake for talking. First of all, I talked to you enough for free. Enough. Okay, we got 3 people up upper echelon, then Juan, then Michael Sanders. We got 3 callers. I'm going to get some water on upper echelon. What's up?
Oh, well, I didn't know you had nobody there. I was going to make it quick, but I thought you ain't had nobody. But it's kind of funny, though.
Hold on one second. Bill said you'd stop playing the tape. Did he say I'd stop playing the tape? Are you trying to go? Are you really? You trying to dare me?
Dude, like,
Are you trying to dare me to play the tape? Are you trying to bait me into playing the tape? Because I will damn sure play that tape. Don't dare me to have a good time. Go ahead, upper echelon. I see you. I'm about to get some water. I got you, brother.
Yeah, it's funny, though, how Bud don't want to deal with the PBC, but he does want to deal with the PBC. He's sitting here watching Errol Spence's timeline and his news feed. That's called jealousy right there. You feel me? That's called jealousy. This man sit here and watch the next man's timeline, counting the next man's paper, because if y'all remember, Bud, Bomac, and all them was talking about how Errol ain't really seeing that type of paper when he got 17 million versus Mikey Garcia. And everybody that fight Errol gets to get about 8 figures. That's why Fundura, he say, what I want to make 2 to 3 mil or a possible 10 mil. That's what people don't understand. It's about money. It's about finances. And plus it's the bigger name, the bigger draw. Errol Spence can sell out Cowboy Stadium. Bud can't even outsell the Armory. And Demond, yes, he is jealous because if you sit there, they was talking about Errol versus Canelo. Guess what? Now Bud started hollering that. They was talking about Errol versus Tim Tszyu, then Bud hollered that. Now Errol about to fight Fundura, and Bud on Twitter salty. And I'm talking about that man saltier than a thing of sunflower seeds, but he real salty right now. But what's crazy is Bud don't make the bucks without Errol, and that's what's about to happen. They're going to let Bud get a fight, and he's going to see what his drawing power is. And if we do remember, he did do 6K his last fight. Yeah, he got bread when he fought with Errol, Demond. That was his first 8-figure payday. Errol got plenty of 8-figure paydays without Bud. He had to throw Bud a leash. But guess what? When they fight the rematch, I bet Bud gets 70-30. I bet Errol gets 70, Bud get 30. That's what they're going to do. That's why they let the rematch mess up and everything, because Bud was asking for too much on the rematch. So what they're gonna do, they're gonna let Bud go out there. He's gonna see what his bottom line is. And once they see what his bottom line is, then we're gonna see what Errol and Fundura do, where Errol versus anybody does, because anybody that Errol has been in the ring with, it has been a successful pay-per-view. It has been a successful venue. Errol versus Danny Garcia beat Canelo for the gate price. Errol versus Mikey Garcia set Mikey Garcia up for the rest of his life. Ugas. People got in the ring to fight the big fish. They knew the big fish brought in the big bankroll. They don't say that about Terence Crawford. Hell, he had Sean Porter who said he wouldn't fight Spence. Hurry up and try to get that Spence fight because he got paid. And see, that's what y'all don't understand. Bud wanted to be bigger than the PBC, and he thought he could force the PBC, but it's a reason why other people don't get into boxing like that. You have to get along to get along. That's why if you don't have the connections or the friendships, you can't just be a manager or do things in boxing because you can get froze out. You can get boxed out. And they got Bud out there on the 3-point line by his damn self, and he can't get a shot off because ain't nobody get the ball to him. And guess what? He could force the fight, and like Fernand said, they could drop the belt, then they could petition for Lubin to get the fight. And you know what'd be crazy? Just to show Bud that he's nothing, like Fernand said, they could buy a Bud fight. And I just checked the minimum for the 154 WBO belt is $225,000 in the purse bid. That is the minimum. So they can go to a purse bid and buy Bud for a pack of smokes, basically. A pack of smokes, $225,000. That's cheap. That's why he got out the thing with Oscar De La Hoya and Alexa Roach because it was 150,000 minimum there. Yeah, y'all can look up the prices on the minimums on the purse bid. And ain't nobody really about to risk that money for Bud. Bob Arum don't mess with him. Oscar De La Hoya let him go. And he ostracized himself from the PBC. So yeah, that man's on a ship. He's on the island. And all he had to do was sign with Al Heyman. He got the same amount of money he would have got if he would have signed with him. But now he got other people in this pot. But I'm going to let it go because other callers. But yeah, you can't force the PBC. The PBC put the sanctioning bodies on notice. Y'all don't run the boxing. PBC runs boxing. I'm out.
All right, brother, get back, man. You just lying? You in the business of lying? He said he wanted to fight Bud over Spence. You just in the did he say that? Because I could have sworn he was in the ring with Errol Spence Jr. I could have sworn it. I could have sworn he was sitting right next to him talking about, yeah, we're going to make this fight. I could have sworn he was sitting there with his arm around him doing this. I could have sworn that was the case. One time, then Michael Sanders. What's going on, Juan? Wait, hey, well, guess what? Oh, let's see if he gets it, dummy. Juan, you there? Well, if he wants to fight him, good for him, but he ain't getting it. Okay, we'll see. Maybe he wants to fight him in. You said don't go off what they said? Hey, 86K off Dinkum, because I'll respond to that. I don't go off what they say. I'm going to go off what they do. Exactly. Exactly. He said it. I saw him sitting there in the ring with him. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jordan Carter. There you go. Michael Sanders, how can I help you?
Nah, what's going on? Quick question.
I'm chilling, brother. How are you?
Okay. Isn't it possible that Bud can also petition for the WBC since he got the WBC at 47?
No.
Didn't Devin Haney do that? That's how he got the Regis fight?
No. He didn't petition for it. He asked for it. The petitions were for the delays. But that's a voluntary fight. It wasn't a mandatory. It was a voluntary.
Okay. No, I just thought that's how that worked. That's all. I just wanted to know.
No.
Because if that was
it was a mandatory. It was a voluntary fight.
All right.
That's matter of fact, they had to pay step aside money. They had to get Sandor Martin to step aside. That was a voluntary fight.
They had to get Sandor Martin. Was Sandor Martin mandatory before Davenport Regis?
Yep.
Oh, okay. No, I just was asking because I was just thinking. I said, well, if they can do that, then Bud can probably do that, and then I know they're not going to drop both belts, but if you saying that, that's not the
and
case.
Plus,
then.
it can't be mandatory, and it can't. And plus, you can't be mandatory for both at the same time anyway.
Okay.
If he's going to try to force a mandatory with the WBC, the WBO got to drop that mandatory. Doesn't work like that.
Oh.
He would have to get where he can't be the WBO mandatory. The WBO and the WBC are not going to both order their champion to fight the same guy.
Okay. I'm just asking. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it, pretty much. Just because that's
no
what
worries,
I thought
man.
That was But okay.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Yep. No worries. Take care. Juan, what's up?
What's up, man? I've been trying to get on this thing since, I don't know, that was Saturday night or Sunday morning. Of course, I'm going to be brief. I'm a worker out here. All the crow that needs to be eaten for that magnificent card on Saturday, $69.95, no taxes. I was not mad at all. I wasn't even planning on buying a fight. I was just at home bored. I lost my wallet. I'm like, man, let me just watch this fight. Maybe it'll take my mind off it. So Nah, because I know Eddie Hearn and a lot of people was on YouTube just player hating on this, and now it's the talk of the town, and I don't see anyone topping that fight for this quarter of the year. Well, technically, the
Oh,
third.
yes, it's about to get this quarter. Oh, well, that was last quarter. This is a new quarter.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
You talking about this next quarter? Like as
well,
in
I
it
mean,
was the
going
number one fight of last quarter.
yeah,
This
exactly,
quarter
yeah.
starts, the new quarter starts today.
See the Haney fight topping that because I
Nah,
still ain't heard about an undercard.
man, I don't even know. I don't even know. But I'm talking about Canelo is about to top that.
Yeah, that's in May. Yeah, so
Yeah, Canelo
for
and Munguia is going to top that.
for the last quarter, you got Gervonta, but overall, PBC running it. But before I get off, I really came off because the topic with the whole Bud thing. Deserve, man. I'm an accountant. I love big business. And the play was made before even the fight. Once Errol said he was flying to Vegas, you should already knew what was up. Like what business he had to be up there besides getting in that ring with him. Then once I saw, oh, they fighting for the WBC vacant too. Oh, it's no pull on the WBO, which is called whatever Bob orders. So that's going to be out the window. And he played himself, and he's just going to be on the outside looking in. Now, this is true bat ball. I ain't mad at it. They let you in. He was, had his nose up in the air, flexing, thinking, oh, he pulled one over. And those some proud people when it come to big business like that. So they're like, okay, we got you. You ain't getting the Canelo fight. Then, like one of the earlier callers said, when Errol, assuming he wins and all that, he start, collecting belts and getting his career coming back. He want that fight. They're not negotiating with him anymore. It's take it or leave it. Because I was talking to another commentator on something else, and they were saying, oh, if he want to be undisputed, whatever, he had to go through thing. That's if Errol wants it anymore. He already seen how this game is played. He see how the fans turn, and there's no credit for the haters for him in the trying. So it's like if he wants to get in the ring and make money, it's gonna be on these terms. And that's what we're watching right now. So I just wanted to put that in the atmosphere.
Okay, thank you, brother.
All right.
All right, man. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, brother. Get back, man. Errol couldn't make those paydays at 154 or 160 yet. He had to sacrifice. Look, man, here's the deal, man. Sit on it, man. What else can we say? Look, man. You're not gonna get past these dudes, man. You're not gonna get past these dudes, dog. If Muhammad Ali can't get past, if Muhammad Ali ain't getting past Bob Arum and Don King, dog, you're not getting past Al Heyman, partner. And I think I like this Errol and Lubin fight, man. What's up, Phoenix the Assassin? How you feeling, man? I think you're in your pocket, brother. Whatever Bob orders, yeah. Hold on 1 second. Nebraska, Mikey Garcia, 17 million over 10. Okay, who is supposed to fight Lubin? Man, your boy about to fight Lubin. Dude, you guys, man, I don't get why y'all. All right. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. I love this part of boxing. I love this part of boxing. I can't wait to see how this plays out. Can't wait. Sebastian Fundura, you are asking Sebastian Fundura to fight somebody he's going to lose to versus fighting somebody else that he's probably going to lose to, but at least he got a little bit better chance of winning, and fight somewhere where you think that fight's going to Vegas. Terence Crawford versus Sebastian Fundura in Vegas. Where are they going to do the fight at? You think Sebastian Fundura, who's going to get paid the most money? You think Samson Leskovich is going to put up the money for Terence? Who's going to put up the money for the fight? Sebastian Fundura is going to put up the money for it, or are you going to find BLK Prime to put up the money for it? Who's going to put up the money for this Sebastian Fundura fight for Terence Crawford? Is Terence going to take the money out of his bank account and put that money up? I'm serious. I would love to see how this plays out. Because I'm not saying it's impossible that he may not. I'm not saying it's impossible he gets the fight. Do you think we got the best version of Errol at 147? Maybe in his man. I don't look, bro. I don't really care. I know Terence Crawford's an excellent fighter. Errol Spence could be 100% his best and still maybe not beat that guy. Doesn't mean anything to me. And it's also possible that Errol wasn't at his best in that fight. He didn't look like his best. Hey, man, it is what it is. We'll see what happens the next time we get in the ring. He gets in the ring. Yeah, dude, I think they should put Terence Crawford and Sebastian Fundura on the undercard. I think they should put Terence Crawford and Erickson Lubin on the undercard of Errol Spence Jr. and Sebastian Fundura. And then promote the winners fight. Because you better damn well believe that's going to sell out in Texas. That will sell out that stadium in Dallas, Texas. Yes, it will. As long as you pay Terrence, as long as you give Errol his money, hey man, maybe put it on the undercard. Maybe you put it on the undercard of Canelo Alvarez. Maybe you put it on there. You know? Hold on one second. Bud would rather retire than be on. Oh, man. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Bud not a pay-per-view attraction. Yeah, he is. I like Bud, man. Bud can fight, man. Bud's a great fighter. I just find the whole thing funny. Victor Conti know how to use undetectable. Nah, you can't do big bro like that. Man said put Bud on the undercard is wild. How you gonna put that man on undercard that beat? All right, let me ask you a question, Richie Batty. Richard Batty. If you had two fights taking place, Canelo Alvarez versus Jaime Munguia, and Dimitri Bivol versus Caleb Plant. Who's the undercard fighter? Richie Batty. Who's the undercard fighter? Who's the undercard fighter? Canelo, Richie Batty, you're lying. Yeah, okay, you're not serious. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What's going on, brother?
Yo, hey, my mic sound better?
I mean, it's muffled, but I can see you. I can hear you.
Oh, dang. That's no
No,
good.
you're good. Just go ahead, man.
All right. But yeah, I think this whole situation with Bud goes back to a little bit about what you touched on yesterday, like with some of the people, being their own boss and all this and that, and how at the same time, like you got a fighter, their job is to fight. They got the promoters, their job is to promote, and then they got the managers too. And this whole situation with Bud, I think, has to do with, he got to the spot where he felt like what he was saying about the fighters need to be able to sit at the table too. I think Oscar's response to that was a little bit along the lines of,
Bro, I cannot hear you, man. I cannot lie.
Oh, dang. Let me go ahead and see if I can fix something up behind back.
Yeah, it's real muffled. All right, man.
All right.
Back with you. Asking Bud to be this late to be on anybody's undercard is an insult, Fanon. I mean, look, man, I'd buy the fight. I know I'm playing around. I know it's not going to happen, but at the same time, bro, Co-main? How about a co-main? And you flip the coin. Co-main and flip the coin? You want to flip the coin? I mean, you know what I mean? Because it's not like you're asking a guy with 3 belts to come out second to a guy with 1. It's not like you're asking a guy that sells out the pay-per-views to give you 50-50 even though you don't sell pay-per-views. I mean, you mean it's insulting like that? You mean it's insulting like that? You want to flip the coin? Does that be better if you flip the coin on who's the first in the co-main? Huh? Is that an insult? Is it an insult to pull out of a fight you said you agreed to and waste somebody's time? Is that an insult? Dog, let me tell you something, man. I don't really think, personally, I don't think we're really in the position of complaining about insults around here. But it is what it is. You know I'm messing with it. I know he ain't going to be on no undercard. They ain't going to get, I'm trying to tell you. He'll be on his own card. He'll be on his own card. He'll be on his own card. And then they didn't even flip the coin. He threw it down on the ground like people were stupid. He just threw Mike Tyson just threw the card, didn't even flip the fucker. Just put it on the deal. But anyway, you don't like that co-main? Hey, man, look. Monster Inoue is going to be on the undercard of Gervonta Davis. Even as a fan, I don't think fighters should always listen to us. Of course they shouldn't listen to us. About boxing. Anthony Griggs, hit him with that 86. Hit Andy Riggs with that. I got to feed the fans. Hit him with that 86. Hit Andy Riggs with that 86. Hit him with that hook. Who got him first? His Excellency can't afford it. His Excellency couldn't intervene for Canelo. He wants Benavidez to fight Plant. He couldn't intervene. Can't intervene. He ain't got that money you talking about. Y'all making that shit up. That's the only way I'm buying that fight for $9. What is that? Hey, Zenith said if Spence can do a coin flip, Bud can be a co-main. He'll be okay. Exactly. Exactly. I know y'all think I'm hating on Bud. I'm just hating on y'all. Because y'all was being so nasty the entire time. God dog, y'all were so nasty. You guys were so nasty to Errol. You're so nasty to Errol. You put up all kind of grotesque pictures of him, distorting his features. Before that, you were calling him a drunk and a loser and a ducker, and now he doesn't deserve a fight, and yada 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 yada. And now your boy has got, in order to get a championship fight, he's got to force a mandatory. Think about this for a second. Canelo Alvarez does not have to force anybody to fight him as a mandatory. Doesn't have to do it. If Canelo Alvarez says, I'm moving up to fight Beterbiev, and Beterbiev said, okay, win. Errol Spence moves up. They don't have to say, oh, can I be a mandatory? No, they say win. Wins the fight. That's what they do. Gervonta Davis moves up to 147, 140. He ain't got to have to wait and become nobody's mandatory. He ain't got to be like, hey, make him fight me. Now let's talk about that angle of it. Since my mama should have swallowed me. If you don't fucking think I'm going to make fun of your ass because you're the biggest man in boxing. Oh, yeah, I'm the biggest man in boxing, but you need a purse bid to get a fight. Yeah, I'm being spiteful with this argument. Team Petty here. You name me an A-side in boxing that needs to force a purse bid. Give me one. Name me one A-side big-time money fighter that has to force somebody to fight him. Oh, that's because he's being ducked. No, that's because he ain't bringing no goddamn money. Because he ain't got the money. He's using the broke Negro clause. That's called the broke Negro clause. The one when you ain't bringing no money and the guy don't want to fight you because you ain't bringing no money. No, Devin Haney does not have to force a purse bid to get a fight. Devin Haney has never had to force a purse bid to get a big fight. Never. He didn't have to force a purse bid to get George Kambosos. Lomachenko didn't have to get purse. No, he might. Now, Shakur had to. Shakur had to do it. Shakur had to do that, Big Bang Hank. Shakur had to do it, Big Bang Hank. And Devin went on and fought somebody else. That now name somebody. So name him. Name him for me. Oscar who? Oscar who? Robert Banks. Oscar who? Oscar who? Oscar who? Robert Banks. You can't be talking about Oscar De La Hoya. You can't be talking about Oscar De La Hoya. When did Oscar De La Hoya have to force himself to be somebody's mandatory? That's Shakur. Like I said, who's the big number? No, that wasn't a volunteer. No, that was not. I don't even think that was. I don't think that was a mandatory fight. I don't think that was a mandatory fight. I don't think that was a mandatory fight. I don't think that was. I don't even think that was a mandatory fight. What? Okay, yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, they had a purse bid, so you're right. They did. I don't remember that, but you're right. Go check it. Look, I did look it up. I looked it up. You're right. Yeah. Okay, so that's Shakur that has to do that. Now, give me the big name fighter that has to give me the big money guy. Give me the big number. Give me the guy, the big draw, the big money guy that did that. Shakur's not a big money guy. So can we get a big name that had to do that while they were a big name? Did Manny Pacquiao ever have to become the mandatory for somebody to get somebody to fight him? I don't think so. Canelo, I don't think so. Floyd, maybe early in his career, but not later in his career. No. Errol, no. Oh, Errol did against in his very first fight to get a championship. Errol did when he had to go over to the UK. He ain't got to do it no more. Who in Terence Crawford's situation? Lomachenko ain't got to do that. Lomachenko does not have to force mandatories. That's not a good look, bro. Sean Porter had to do it with him, though. Hold on 1 second. Got family news. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ugh. Oh, great. Oh. Good. My dad had a procedure today, and my dad is doing well. Oh, that's good. That was good news. Got good news. God news. God is good. 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 Phoenix the Assassin, what's up, brother?
Oh, well, first off, hoping my mic is fixed now.
Oh, yeah, sounds a lot better.
All right, that's what's up. But yeah, I was just saying, Bud's situation, that's one of them things that, it's accumulation of things, but a lot of what you touched on yesterday, I think, has to do with it. As far as, you got the fighters, they do their job, the promoters do theirs, the managers do theirs, and it's like Bud wanted to hop into like the business side, and thought he knew what he was doing when he didn't really. And now he's out there, in the water with no life raft or floaties to help him out, because he done burned too many bridges, and he made himself one of those people that no one wants to do business with. And I think it's like, those fighters, they think their accomplishments, and fans to an extent think this too, that the amount of money a fighter makes has to do with their accomplishments or their level of skill. And, that's why they get confused when they see a guy like Jake Paul making a lot more money than some champions, or like when they see some champions and they're not making the big paydays. And it's like, oh, well, he got all these belts, he should be, what they say, quote unquote, the A side. And, it has to do with marketability. These guys, not only do they have to perform well and, get those accomplishments in the ring, but people have to want to see them. And I think it's like you said, you were talking to one guy where they were trying to figure out whether or not it's a duck for this whole situation with Bud and Fundura or Sue. And it's like, or even the rematch with Errol. And it's talking about if they went to purse bid, that'd probably be enough to get Bud to say no way, because they know that purse bid means that there's a chance that nobody else might want to bid on the fight. It might be like just one person willing to put up money, and then it would be like whatever the minimum is. And we've seen that happen with Andre for one of his fights, and he ain't like it, so he pulled out. And with where Bud is being undisputed in 2 weight classes, you know, I still feel like, you know, part of the reason he called out Canelo is he wants that big final marquee payday before he goes ahead and, you know, throws it in, hangs up the gloves and retires. And I don't think that with the way things are now, it don't look like it's going to be likely for him. And that his best bet might be to be humble and possibly be on the undercard of a Spence fight, even, because I mean we've seen Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua just do that, and we know how things have been with people wanting to see Wilder and Joshua fight for years, but you know they was willing to be on the same card, and Wilder was willing to go ahead and be on that undercard. So, hey, you know, I don't think it's likely that Bud would do that, but I think it would be a good move for him at this point as far as getting his name back up there to potentially get, you know, a bigger payday if it plays out in that scenario where, you know, they got Bud and whoever on the undercard of Spence and Fundura, and then the winners fight each other. I think that would be good, you know, if it were to happen. But, you know, I just think that, you know, fighters and fans to a certain extent, like, you know, this is why I always, you know, commend you for sharing all this stuff with us and breaking it down. Like we can't ignore all these stuff that happen in the background when it comes to fights happening. Like it's very real. And so, you know, whenever we look at people later on down the road, why didn't they fight? It's like, well, most likely something like this. But yeah, man, I honestly don't know where Bud could go from here. And I don't even know who looked like a good fight for him right now, you know. So it's
I'll tell you, Erickson Lubin, baby.
Oh well, outside of Erickson Lubin, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of. That's the only one up in that sanctioning body, dude. And Sebastian Fundura is not even loyal to the WBO. Sebastian Fundura is a WBC fighter, man. He was fighting for the WBC. He was fighting for the WBC interim title, man. He wasn't even really in there like that.
Yeah, that's true. Because like people say that WBO belt is that top rank belt. So, and even then, you know, if it were to go back to top rank, considering Bud's relationship with Bud, or not Bud, but Bob, you know, having to take Bob to court over that, I don't know how things look likely if they get their hands on it, and you know, Bud's looking to go after that. So yeah, like he done put himself in a difficult situation to where he's gonna have to go ahead and humble himself and do something he might not necessarily feel like doing. And that's hard for people in general. But when you on a stage like that, and it's like, you know, a worldwide thing where a bunch of people know, hey, you was a world champion, and it's gonna be even harder when you got ego to worry about. That's all I had, man. Like I think it's a very interesting situation he's in, because, man, like thinking about it, the fact that he don't really got nobody behind him that would put up money for one of his fights. Like he literally got to go like hat in hand and ask somebody, hey man, is you willing to go ahead and pay for my fight and stuff? Like it's sad to a certain extent, but at the same time, like, hey, he did it to himself.
Hey man, it is what it is, man. He wound up making a lot of money anyway it goes. I just find it funny, man.
It's definitely funny.
Yeah, it's just funny because dog cats be, you know, we all got opinions, man. Speaking of which, man, let me get to this next dude with some straight buffoonery coming for everybody.
All right, man.
All right, brother, get back, Phoenix Assassin. Thank you. Here for boxing. How can I help you? You're not here for boxing. You're on mute. You must not be here for boxing. You must be talking. How can I help you? What's up, Jeffrey Brooks?
Hey, what's going on, Fernand?
I'm good, man.
Oh, man. Hey, I just wanted to kind of touch up on that last caller, man. I don't know what he's talking about, but if I'm Bud, I'm most definitely not fighting on nobody's undercard, especially somebody.
I said that. And it was everybody. I said.
Well, I'm not fighting on nobody. If I'm Bud, I'm not fighting on nobody, especially somebody who I just beat and dominated. And then I'm going to turn around and fight on his undercard? Man, I think it becomes a pride thing with that. And I think Bud's ego way too big to do that.
Ain't nobody serious about that, man. Nobody's serious about that, man. We joking, okay? Just messing around. Don't take that serious. It's a little fun. We know that he's not gonna. He'll be on his own. If he does it, it'll be on his own card. All of that. I mean, we know that. I'm just joking.
But what? So I'm not like I'm not against Errol Spence taking that fight because I think he needs a tune-up fight anyway. He need to get a tune-up fight in anyway before revisiting Bud. Anyway, so I mean, I think what's that guy up there at 68 who Bud was trying to fight? Start with it. I can't pronounce the guy's name. Start with
Eubank.
What happened with that?
They were never going to fight Chris Eubank. They said they weren't going to do it. Nothing happened with that. That shit wasn't real.
No, okay, it was just all media hype talk.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know that. I'm just telling you, man. These cat. Oh, hey, man, your boy doesn't have a promoter, so he doesn't have anybody to put the money up for his fights that we know of. Whoever he fights, somebody else has to pay for the fight.
I understand that. So,
hey, I don't know. Actually, it's now fans didn't make that up, Richie Batty. Chris Eubank himself put that up there, but it may have been the case that was Chris Eubank was just using wishful thinking. But man, dude, Bud is in a tough position because he's so good. Cats have to be they have to be willing to throw their fighter away. I'm telling you who he can get a fight with. He can get a fight with David Benavidez.
Not about to fight.
Big money pay-per-view fight with David Benavidez.
Canelo's not even about to fight David Benavidez. That's why I think he can get the Canelo fight because David Benavidez is really running. I mean, I'm sorry. Canelo is really running away from David Benavidez. So I think he will fight. I think he will fight Bud before that becomes a mandatory.
Breaking news. That shit ain't gonna be no mandatory. It is April 1st. They said they were gonna do that last month. No, they are not going to be forcing Canelo Alvarez to do jack shit Canelo don't want, including and not limited to David Benavidez and Terence Crawford. Okay, Canelo it's Canelo, man. We know the deal.
Well, I don't understand with Canelo. If you just gave Charlo an opportunity, then I mean, he talking about Bud. I don't get nothing from Bud, but what did he get out of fighting Charlo?
Who?
Truthfully, Canelo.
Man, I ain't trying to mind read Canelo. Canelo said he wanted to fight. Canelo got the fight. He say no to this dude, yes to that dude. It's whatever.
What I'm trying to get at is I smell a duck with that. Is what I'm saying.
How can you duck Terence Crawford when Terence Crawford's not in the weight class?
He trying to come up there.
Bring your ass up there. Bring your ass up there.
Okay, but Canelo have to acknowledge that. Yeah, you come up here, I will fight you first.
No, he doesn't. He ain't got to do shit for Bud. Bud, bring your ass to 168. When you're fighting in 168, we can start talking about whether or not he should be fighting you. As of right now, Terence Crawford has 0 wins at 154, 0 wins at 160, and 0 wins at 168. Ain't no 168-pounder got to give Terence Crawford shit till he gets in that weight division.
No, you ain't got to.
Just like Terence Crawford. If Terence Crawford don't owe it to Jaron Ennis, who is his mandatory in the same damn weight class, then dang it, Canelo don't owe him shit 3 weight classes above him.
No, that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm saying, let's say if I'm saying I want to come up to you, if I'm underweight, you got more weight than me, and I'm telling you, hey, I want to come up there and fight you, and I'm looking for you to just say either no, I'm not going to fight you if you come up here, or if you come up here, yeah, I'll fight you if you come up here.
He don't owe Canelo Alvarez. Let me say this before somebody gets mad at me. Okay. Canelo Alvarez is very obvious that he does not want to fight David Benavidez. If he doesn't fight David Benavidez, he's going to be ducking David Benavidez. I got it. Okay, about David Benavidez. But Canelo Alvarez don't owe Terence Crawford jack shit. Not a damn thing. Because Terence Crawford is at 147 pounds. That man is at 168 pounds. He ain't got to do squat until Terence Crawford gets to 168 and competes at 168. How in the world can Terence Crawford say something about Errol Spence Jr. jumping in line while Terence Crawford himself is trying to jump in line at 168? You ain't proved yourself. You gotta prove it at 168. Terence Crawford does not get to jump in the ring and does not get to jump out there and tell Alexander Usyk that he has to fight him next. He doesn't. Alexander Usyk don't. Let me name all the people on old Bud shit. Who doesn't know Bud shit? Everybody at 160. Nobody at 160 owes Bud shit. Nobody at 168 owes Bud shit. 175, cruiserweight, bridgerweight, heavyweight, none of them owe him shit. Nobody owes him shit at 140, 135, and go all the way down to the bottom. The only person that owes Bud anything is that whoever holds that WBO deal, and Jaron Ennis. Because Jaron Ennis owes him a fight if he says he wants that fight. Because Jaron is another champion in the same division, and he holds the same belt that Terence used to have. If Terence Crawford turned around tomorrow and said, I want to fight Jaron Ennis, Jaron would owe him a fight. Those are the only people that owe Terence Crawford jack shit in the sport of boxing.
And so what does David Benavidez owe?
Nothing.
Right. So what? Why do you need to go and fight David Benavidez then?
Again, I said he doesn't owe. I didn't say he did have to.
Right.
I didn't say that he did need to fight David Benavidez.
Okay.
What I said was there's a fight available for you. You can go fight David Benavidez. David Benavidez ain't gonna duck him. Go to 168. Go to David Benavidez's gym. Slap him. Say I'm gonna whoop you like I whooped your brother. And David Benavidez will more than happily oblige his ass.
Oh, okay, because of what he did to his brother. That's why.
No, I'm just saying that's what he could do. I don't think it matters whether he whooped his brother or not. I'm just telling you, David Benavidez, I guarantee you, would be 100% gung-ho for a Terence Crawford fight. I guarantee you, Samson Leskovich would pay for that fight. The BBC would find a date for that fight. People would buy all the tickets in Vegas for that fight. Everybody would buy that pay-per-view. It would be a major hit.
What does that do? Well, what does that do for David Benavidez then?
It allows him to beat the shit out of Terence Crawford for a lot of money. That's what
everybody want to see happen. That's what everybody want to see happen. I want to see him get his ass beat real bad.
Nobody said everybody wants to see that happen. I'm just saying. But not you, maybe not you, but you too probably. We're saying Bud Crawford is looking for legacy fights for big money. Sebastian Fundura is not a goddamn legacy fight, and it's not for big money. Tim Tszyu is not a legacy fight, and it's not big money.
Right.
David Benavidez, big money, definitely a legacy fight, jumping your ass up that many weight classes, but he's not going to do it.
No,
and you know why he's not going to do it. You know why he's not going to do it.
You got to pick your battles. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Cherry pick your battles, like Sebastian Fundura and Tim Tszyu, and not Jaron Ennis.
Okay, now if David Benavidez was here's how. If I was Crawford, I would tell David Benavidez, you have to meet me at a catch weight. And throw a rehydration clause in there. What? And then I'll go ahead and lock up with you. Other than that, I'm not going up to no 168 to fight you. And I got to go all the way up to 168, and all you got to do is come down a few pounds, man, please.
And let me tell you what he say, bro. Let me tell you something. And let me tell you what I would tell you I would do if I was David Benavidez.
No.
I would say, Bud, you have to force a mandatory on Fundura to try to get a fight, bro. I don't believe your numbers. And on top of it, my people are bringing him money. You ain't even got nobody with no money. That's the thing. He has no cash.
Okay. Well,
Bud got no cash. Bud got no backers with no dough. Where's the money, Bud? Where's the money? Where's the network? Where's the money? You got everything, but you got a lot of ass whooping. I see you carrying an ass whooping around with you.
yeah, but
See, hold on, man. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh, okay.
Let me finish.
No, go ahead.
Hey,
I'm
man,
sorry.
I see Bud walking around with that ass whooping in his pocket. He got an ass whooping for damn near everybody. He got the ass whooping in his pocket, in one pocket, but he ain't got no wallet in the other. If he was with Bob Arum and Bob Arum was putting up the money, then we got a different thing. Because Bob Arum's like, look, man, I got the cash, man. I got the cash, man. We got the money, dog. You got to come over here and fight us. But Bud is solo dolo. He's Guillermo Rigondeaux. He's Guillermo Rigondeaux after the Donaire fight. That's who he is. Big fight. Guillermo Rigondeaux. Nonito Donaire. Guillermo Rigondeaux wins.
Okay. I respect that.
No money.
So here's what he should do then. I mean, since he don't have nobody, here's what he should do. Because let Errol Spence go and fight him. Get his tune-up fight. Then let Errol Spence come back to the table because he's at the end of his career anyway, right? So he really won't want to fight Canelo and then call it the career. You know what I'm saying? But if he can't get that, okay, let Errol Spence come back to get his rematch. And then go ahead and beat him for the second time and then call it his career because you at the end of your career anyway.
You're missing something here. You're missing.
What?
The PBC can officially be on fuck Bud.
Yeah,
go do what you want to do. We don't care about your rematch in Errol. We don't care about you fighting some Fundura.
Okay.
Man, let me tell you.
Okay.
Let me finish. Okay. You keep trying to get me to think about what's in the best interest of Terence Crawford. Okay. I'll tell you what I think is in the best interest of Terence Crawford. Picking up a phone, calling Al Heyman, and saying, Al, how do I get on the squad? You got that big old contract over there with Amazon Prime. You got a bunch of pay-per-views. If you do well, I think you're probably going to get renewed for the next year. I want to get on the squad. How do I get on the squad? So I can get part of that I can get part of that money. Rick Glazier lied to me, Al. Rick Glazier lied. King lied to me. They said you was broke. They say you was going out of business, but you weren't going broke. I made a mistake, Al. I listened to these cornballs. They misled me. I got to put you on mute because you got an echo. You misled me. They misled me. I made a mistake. I see Landy Lara still getting these fights, knockouts, boom, winning championships at 40 years old. I see how you've helped slick, black sloughpaws that nobody wants to fight, get dudes, get other fights. That's what he need to do. He need to join the squad, or he needs to join Top Rank squad, or he needs to join Golden Boy squad. He need to do one of those because he ain't got no money. Now, what would you tell somebody that you thought was a very, very talented, very, very talented, very, very talented at carpentry. But he ain't got no customers.
Okay.
And then there was a company called carpentry.com right across your street. You say, go get your ass a job. It could be 1099, I don't care. You can be a W-2, I don't care. You can be a W-2, which means you can he's trying to be a 1099 with the PBC, is what he's trying to do. But he's not trying to do it the right way.
So I'm gonna say this before because I got to get off. I'm gonna say this then. Okay, fine. If they don't want to give him the rematch with Errol Spence, then that's on Errol Spence. He's already won.
His ass.
No, well, I mean, he don't want Errol Spence. I'm quite sure Errol Spence wants his get back. I mean, he's already won up on him. So if they don't want to give him Errol Spence his rematch, then I'm quite sure Bud is fine with that. I mean, just call it a career then. I mean, because you really only trying to get one big fight under it before you retire anyway. If you can't get that big fight, you are already set in stones. Let's go ahead and call it a career then.
This dude is Tim Bradley. He is Tim Bradley, but Bob Arum don't like him.
Okay.
He's Tim Bradley, but Bob Arum don't like him. Tim Bradley got his win against Manny Pacquiao, and his fucking career was about to fall apart for beating Manny Pacquiao. Tim Bradley's still apologizing for making the mistake of beating Manny Pacquiao. Still. Guillermo Rigondeaux beat Nonito Donaire. He didn't get his shit together until he finally went over to Al Heyman.
Okay.
Guillermo Rigondeaux didn't have shit popping until he went over there.
I'm gonna come back and get back on later. I gotta go and check on this load. I'm gonna get back with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, man. All right, no cap. No cap. All right, I don't believe this is serious, but how can I help you, no cap? This is what you're going to do today. You're just going to have blank screens. You're on mute, no cap. Yeah, man, that's how he saved his career, bro. Dog, you think that this is a guarantee that this dude is going to skyrocket to the top without Bob Arum and without the PBC and without Golden Boy? How? Was he going to go to UK? Was he going to go to the UK? I wish y'all would be realistic. And don't tell people that you didn't hear this before. We've been saying this. Come on, man. If you want big money, you're going to have to work with these dudes, man. There's nobody making that money without these dudes. None of them. Canelo has never had a big fight without either Al Heyman, without Al Heyman, either Al Heyman, Eddie Hearn, or Al Heyman, Eddie Hearn, or Oscar De La Hoya. And that's just a fact. And you can like it or you can lump it. And you can talk about what's right and wrong, and I agree, it's terrible that Bud can't move up and give me 1 second. Click that link, though, man. Whoever that, click that. And thank you to everybody that supports in the chat. For real, we have 28 sponsors of the chat today. The biggest one of which is my guy, Big Banks boxing fan. Thank you very much. No, Caleb Plant was not Canelo's biggest payday before Charlo. Upper echelon, no, he was not. No. And Charlo wasn't his biggest payday either. His biggest payday was Gennady Golovkin. Or Floyd Mayweather Jr. Or, I'm sorry, probably his or Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Those are his biggest paydays, man. Those are his biggest paydays because that's how he got the money for the rest of those. I believe. But it is what it is. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Who knows, really? Yeah, G-Man King, I can't read that crap, bro. I'm pretty sure it was GGG. Yeah, GGG, the rematch was probably it, man. He made a lot of money, though. He made a lot of money. He's never made a big fight without those guys. You're not going to have, dude, and when two of them don't want you, you're not going to make big money, period. Because these guys are not in there, man. These dudes are not, no, he didn't. I think he sold the most against, I don't know. He may have sold the most against Julio Cesar Chavez. That was the first time he bust $1 million. Was Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was the first time he bust $1 million. The biggest one he's ever been in was over 2 with Floyd. I doubt that very much. He only made $5 million with Floyd. I doubt that, but maybe, but I doubt it very heavily. I doubt it very much. I doubt it very much that he only made $5 million with that guy because they probably wouldn't have taken the fight for that. I mean, Canelo, look, man, but look, I'm not going to argue about how much money they made. I'm just telling you that I don't know how you're going to you're not going to make a ton of money in basketball without the NBA. I mean, how are you gonna be an American basketball player making huge paydays without the NBA? How are you going to be a football player making huge amounts of money without the NFL? Without the organization around you that's willing to invest the money in you and invest the necessary money in the promotion, in the undercard, that have the relationships to negotiate the site and decent site fees for you. How are you going to do all that yourself? You're not. And I don't understand why y'all don't want to work with people that are good at their job just because you listen to Rick Glazier and bums like King, who always trying to shit on Al Heyman and the PBC and act like these guys are not highly competent. And if you waste their time, highly competent people don't want to deal with you. Okay? You got to bring some value to the table. And the WBO is not going to force them to do squat other than give them bad press. So what does Paco Vericel does? He puts it on Twitter. Paco Vericel tweeted at him. Paco Varcarcel tweeted at him today. Oh no, what are we gonna do? He tweeted at him. He threatened to strip me of the title. You mean, oh my God, you are threatening to give Sebastian Fundura you are threatening to give Sebastian Fundura a 3% discount on his purse. On his purse fee. That's what Paco Vericel's doing. He is basically threatening him with a 3% discount. Because that shit is not going to affect the pay-per-view sales at all. The ticket sales at all in that fight. Oh, well, I don't want to buy it. The WBO. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a WBO in the chat if you're not going to buy that fight unless it's for the WBO. Hey, Terence, we'll give you $50,000 step aside money. Hey, Errol. Hey, Terence, let's be fair to Terence. I'm a hater there, dog. I'm a hater, bro. If I let that out my word, dog, seriously, if I say what I was about to say, God, dog, that's some hating ass shit. Man, that's some hating shit right there, dog. But oh, that's hating, dog. That's hating. I can't say it because that's hating. I don't really mean it, but I still want to say it, dog, because it's funny. It's as funny as my mama need to swallow something. Fuck boy. I didn't appreciate that shit. Anyway, it's as funny as what my mama need to do. Oh, you want me to say it? I'll say it. All right, funny man. Look here, I'll cut you a deal. I'll pay you, bud. I'll pay you step aside money. I'll pay you $50,000 in cash. You won't even have to pay. Just step aside. I'll pay you some step aside money for that belt. How about some step aside money? Will you take step aside money, bud? You can't. Hey, no. That's the purse. That's the purse, Asante. Bob Aaron, hey, no joke. Al Heyman should call and offer him step aside money. And say, look, man, we don't want to hey, nah, hell no. 50,000, dog. 50,000. 50. I'm not paying no $250,000, dog. I'm not paying no $250,000. He better talk me up to $250,000. You better talk me up to $250,000. Because $250,000 is the minimum you have to pay for that fight. Pay Buzz offer him step aside money. Offer him some step aside money or say, look, man, we dropping. Look here. Look here. Dude, this is the white man, dog. Shout out to the white people. Hey, man, somebody put in the chat, we love the white folk. We do. But if I was Bob Arrow, if I was Al Heyman, what I'd do was I'd say, look here, dog, we're going to drop this belt. We ain't doing it. Okay? But I will pay you $75,000 step aside fee if you just let me fight this guy, okay? And then we can re-enter the negotiations after that fight. I'll treat him. I'll treat you like, we'll do you like Luis Ortiz. We'll do you like Luis Ortiz. We'll do you like Luis Ortiz. Now, here's the link. Debate me on that. Debate me on that. What would you do if it was in your shoes? You have a choice. I'm telling you, this is chess. You may not like it, but I need to understand. If you were in the situation of Terence Crawford and I told you this, all right, look, let me tell you, man, we're not going to have Sebastian Fundura fight you. We're going to drop that belt. Okay? Now, if you decide not to drop the fight, then we are probably going to win that we're going to have you fight Erickson Lubin. Because Josh Kelly, no. Josh Kelly's not going to get you. Can fight Josh Kelly over there on DAZN, I guess. But then after that, dude, we're not going to unify with you. Whatever fights come after that is going to be with fighters over there. So if you want to go and fight Josh Kelly over there on DAZN, what are you going to do after that? What are you going to do after that? After you knock out him for pennies on the dollar. Because I'm not going to bid on that fight. I'm probably not going to bid on that fight. And Bob Arum's not going to bid on that fight. Oscar De La Hoya is not going to bid on that fight. The only person that's going to be bidding on that fight for the Josh Kelly fight is going to be Eddie Hearn. That's the only person that's going to bid on that fight. So I can pretty safely say you can have that WBO belt. Okay, but then you're not going to take that fight. I know you're not going to take that fight. So then somebody else is going to get ordered to fight Erickson Lubin for that belt. Maybe even Josh Kelly and Erickson Lubin, once you drop out, they'll get that belt. And I know Erickson Lubin is going to beat Josh Kelly. Erickson Lubin's going to stop Josh Kelly. So we'll get the WBO belt in one way or the other, bud. But if I pay you some step-aside money, or you agree to fight Erickson Lubin, hey, man, we're good. We good. But if you make me lose that WBO belt, man, I'm trying to tell you, bud, I don't know if I can do business with you no more. And you know if I'm not doing business with you, you can't call BOK Prime because I'm going to already call BOK Prime. And I said, hey, BOK Prime, I'm letting you right now know that I'm not offering Terence Crawford anything. I'm letting it be known to everybody in the world. If Bud said he got an offer from me, no, don't believe it. I'm not offering him nothing. So you can't use my offer as leverage like you did with the David Avanesyan fight, can you? See, because I know you like crossovers. I know you like going behind the back. Terence, I know you like dribbling behind the back. That's one of your favorite moves. Crossover behind the back. That's what you like to do in business negotiations. You like to cross over, then you like to go behind my back and go that way. Nah. I already know your moves. Puffing on a stogie while he's telling you this. Puffing on a stogie while he's telling you this. Mr. Impride. So PBC is not going to put excuse me, Mr. Impride. That is not the best in the best. That is, Sebastian Fundura is not the best. So you can you can go somewhere on that crap. Sebastian Fundura is not the best. You know who the best 154 pounder is? Jermell Charlo. The best 154 pounder is Jermell Iron Man Charlo. Those are his belts. Those are his belts. Jermell's the number 154 pounder until we know otherwise. Everybody else is just fighting for his belts. So I'm sorry. What did you say about Best Fight the Best? No, he's not MIA. Jihad Mitchell. I hope I pronounced Mr. Mitchell. How can I help you, sir?
No, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly well, man. I'm just having fun talking shit.
Yeah, I just want to know, like personally, what fights would you like to see out of this whole situation? Like, what matchups do you want to see just as a fan?
I want to see Jermell Charlo, Errol Spence Jr.
That'd be a good one. That would be a good one.
That's what I want. Or Jermell Charlo versus Terence Crawford. I would love it.
Yeah.
Jermell Charlo, Errol Spence. I would love it. I hope Jermell Charlo comes back and fights all these guys and gets his belts back or tries to get his belts back. Because the guy that's 154, we're really talking about who's picking up the scraps that they took from Jermell Charlo because Jermell just got a big payday. So I don't think any of these guys are the king of that division. I don't think anybody's the best in this division. I think they're all placeholders. And Tim Tszyu did not win that belt. Tim Tszyu didn't beat anybody. Matter of fact, Tim Tszyu has still not beaten any. Tim Tszyu lost the best fight that he had, Sebastian Fundura. After that, before that, who did he beat? He beat Brian Mendoza, big deal. And he before that, he beat who was the other guy he beat? Tony Harrison. After Tony Harrison had already been knocked out a couple times in his career, and it was honestly older in the two. So Tim Tszyu is not a proven fighter. What's his name? Sebastian Fundura got knocked out by Brian Mendoza his last fight, and I don't even know who has the other two belts. So the idea that this is the best fight and the best is not true. The best is Jermell.
Jermell versus Bud, you think? Or Jermell?
I think Bud has never fought at 154. So I can't say Bud's the best at 154. He's never even been in the division.
No, I'm just saying like the matchup, Bud versus Jermell.
I mean, I would like to see it, but again, I don't know if Terence is even going to go to 154. I don't know. Terence Crawford kept his belt at 147 just in case. He's still the fact of the matter is, and matter of fact, since Terence, you asked me who I want to see Terence Crawford fight. I want to see Terence Crawford fight Jaron Ennis and defend the belts that he has and fight for the belt that he got stripped of. That's what Terence Crawford need to be doing, in my opinion.
Last question. How do you see the Spencer and Fundura fight going? Do you think?
I have no idea. I'll lean towards Errol Spence. I got to see how Errol Spence looks, though.
That's how
if he still got based off what I saw, Tim Tszyu doing to Sebastian Fundura. I think they got a game plan that can work for Errol and Sebastian Fundura. Fundura, I do believe, is a little chinny.
I don't know how much Spence got left in the tank, so it's hard for me to make any predictions with Spence because I don't know what he got left.
There you go.
Yeah, but all right for now. Thank you. Have a good
Hey,
one.
man, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you, sir. How do you pronounce your first name?
Yeah, Jihad.
Jihad. Okay, cool. All right, brother, get back.
All right, I have a good.
All right, man. I mean, you guys keep saying he's done, but dog, didn't they say that about Cotto? They said that about Miguel Cotto. And guess what? Miguel Cotto was not done. Miguel Cotto got damn near beat half to death by Antonio Margarito. And they said he was done. But guess what? He wasn't done. He had more years left in his career. He did a lot of things in his career after that. So, nah, I'm not buying that he's done stuff until I see it. You know what I mean? Until I see it. If I see it again, then okay. But, Cotto was shot and Canelo made a name. Nah, before that. I'm talking about before that. Damn, what did I do? Give me 1 second. Hendricks Curtis, how can I help you, sir?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning.
Good
Hey,
morning.
hey, you mentioned about the fight you'd like to see between and Errol Spence.
Mm-hmm.
Those two guys. I don't see that fight selling because the people know them two guys. They friends, man. They wouldn't really get in there. It'll be about the money to them. Like it wouldn't really be a competition. Like what I mean, it'd be more like a sparring match, not more like an actual boxing match. It's like they friends. They train together. They be together all the time. They support each other. So I wouldn't see them two really just trying to just hurt each other. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I mean, I have a suspicion they get in that ring, they are definitely going to be punching the shit out of each other. Jamel really don't give it. Man, I don't know about that, man. I'll take it. Like I just said, I want to see it. But if you don't want to see it for that reason, I can understand that.
Yeah, but I mean, if there was to be a serious deal between them two, I believe it'd be a good matchup though. And I don't think Earl is done. I think Earl got plenty of life in him. Just because you lose one fight, that doesn't mean you're done.
Yes, sir.
Nobody can. Hey, I was telling everybody, I said you ain't gonna win them all, and you ain't gonna lose them all. Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what it is. Got to keep riding.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to put my little 2 cents in on that.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, sir. You have a wonderful day. Wonderful day.
All right, you too. Later.
Yes, sir. Andy Riggs, how can I help you?
Hi, man. I just wanted to know why I was blocked, man.
Why were you blocked? I don't know. Why did you get? What did you say?
I just what did I say? The Saudi needs to intervene or something about.
Who?
I said Saudi needs to intervene in maybe a couple fights.
Oh, because we throw anybody out there bringing that Saudi stuff up. Man, this is American boxing, man. We don't need our American fighters going to Saudi Arabia and putting on fights we can't go to.
Yeah.
Why would anybody in America want our boxing, the fights that we have with American boxing, to go to Saudi Arabia? And how are they going to be able to intervene anyway? They couldn't get Saudi Arabia couldn't get the Canelo Alvarez Benavidez fight done.
They just spoke about it 2 weeks ago. Who knows?
Exactly. And they said we can't, they said it's not realistic, and they want David Benavidez to fight Beterbiev. They wanted Canelo
Alvarez.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they weren't trying to make that fight.
Yeah, I think that's because I don't know, he doesn't like Canelo or something, but yeah, look, unblock me, man. I'm a fan. You know what I mean? I come around here and there.
I mean, hey, dude, put your YouTube channel in the comment section. I can in the private chat, and I can unblock you. Or if somebody can find a comment, they can unblock you. If somebody, I'll ask somebody else to do it. If anybody can find Andy Riggs where he was blocked, if you can go back far enough to see that, because I can't, then they can unblock you.
All good, brother.
We'll get it done. All right. Well, thank you, Andy. But yeah, man, hey, dude, seriously.
Yeah.
I've never really liked that conversation because there's plenty of money in boxing in the United States, man. We don't have to send our fights over to the UK. I mean, over to Saudi Arabia.
You know what? I agree with you. Now that you mention it, I agree with you because it's different timing and it's out of the blue. You know, boxing has always been in Vegas, so I can't argue with that.
I mean, those fights aren't even going to be in Vegas. The fight's going to be in Texas.
Yeah,
I mean,
in
New York. There's all kind of places in the United, but Vegas is obviously big. Can you do me a favor though? Do you know how to get your YouTube channel? Are you on a computer or on your phone?
I'm on my phone. I'm new to this stuff, man. I watch it,
but
I've never
made. If you go to, do you see the private chat here on this application where it says private chat?
Hold on, more chat. Yeah, right here.
Okay, so what you got to do is go to your YouTube channel. Do you have an Apple or an Android?
Oh, it's an Apple, yeah.
Okay, we'll open up however you can. It is on an Apple. For an Android, it's on the bottom right hand. When you go to YouTube, your app, click on you, and then that's going to take you to your channel. And then you have to share. You should be able to click share. You share that page, or you go to your view to your channel, and then you have to send me whatever that HTTP address, and put it in the private chat. He said he made the account today. Well, yeah. Okay. But he's Australian. I'm gonna refresh and hop back on. Okay, missed my phone. Okay, thank you. Yeah, got to do it that way. Yeah, I mean they said that they were gonna do that already. The WBO ordered Fundura and Crawford. Good luck. Good luck getting that to fly. They knew that they were going to do that. I mean, you can unblock him. He can make a chat today if he wants to. Yeah, he's not king because I don't think that was him making that accent. Give me a second. Kyle Porter, how can I help you?
Hey, good afternoon, Fanon.
Good afternoon.
Quick question: if Fundura does drop the belt, who do you imagine it would be the opposition for Crawford? If
Erickson
Fundura,
Lubin.
with Lubin, not Tim Zoo, because he drops lower after
Yep.
that loss.
Dude, Tim Zoo just lost.
Yeah.
Tim Zoo gonna jump, and plus Tim Zoo got a gash on his head this damn big.
Yeah.
So when exactly is he gonna be ready to fight with a gash like that? I mean, maybe Tim Zoo, maybe he can go and fight Tim Zoo for the vacant belt, but that's
okay.
But why wouldn't Tim Zoo? Why would Tim? I'm not sure why you'd want to fight a guy that just lost for the belt.
I just didn't know the rankings of the WBO who would be next in line.
The next guy there's two guys. The number one is Josh Kelly out of the UK, and number two is Erickson Lubin. But more than likely, it's going to be more. I would suspect the one would be Erickson Lubin.
Okay.
Erickson Lubin is the most logical choice, and not Josh Kelly, because Josh Kelly is over there at the zone, and those guys have to pay for that fight. Yeah. I don't really believe it. And I don't think Josh Kelly is really ready for a championship fight. That's a massacre. I mean, at least, and I don't even understand why in the world he would be ranked higher than Erickson Lubin to begin with. But that's an absolute massacre between him and Terence Crawford. That's
not worth them putting together.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to spend that money on him. I mean, maybe we'll see. I mean, and again, this is just what I suspect, but my number one would be Erickson Lubin.
And that he is indeed a PBC fighter, if I'm not mistaken, still?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, which means he has a network that's willing to put his fights on, which is big. Because if Terence Crawford had a network, this would be an entirely different scenario.
Now, let me ask you this. Is there a chance, I know Crawford is not signed to PBC. If, he's clearly deserves it from what he does in the ring, but his decisions got him seeing the benefits of being with a powerhouse promoter. If Spence does get the fight, let's say, and he is fighting for unified WBO, maybe they pay step aside like you mentioned, hypothetically. Do you think Crawford's going to be in line to compete against the winner of Spence Fundura if it's for both belts, WBC?
Man, let me tell you, man, I don't know. I don't know. Like that. Look, man, that's like when is Guillermo Rigondeaux going to get a fight? Like, this is a replay to me. This is a replay of Guillermo Rigondeaux. Guillermo Rigondeaux was somebody that Bob Arum didn't really like. Right now, people said he was boring or whatever, right? But whatever, he didn't sell. Okay. And so he winds up getting a big fight with Nonito Donaire. He beats Nonito Donaire, who was a top pound-for-pound fighter at the time, a much bigger guy, a very well-renowned, and he proved that he was one of the best fighters in the world. That didn't get him anything but blackballed by Bob Arum. Bob Arum didn't give him any more new fights. And he wound up only fighting once every year, once every blue fucking moon, until he eventually, Bob Arum said, "Okay, let me throw you some crack. Let me throw you some crumbs. Let me throw you something." And it's called Vasily Lomachenko. So he made it. So he gave him a fight at a weight class, probably 3 full weight classes above him.
Yeah,
because remember,
for that.
Nonito Donaire fought Nonito Donaire and Rigondeaux fought at
118,
22. Really, really, Guillermo Rigondeaux's a 118 pounder. No, dude, because Guillermo Rigondeaux's a 118 pounder that was already fighting at 122. He's not a 122 pounder. Guillermo Rigondeaux's a 118 pounder. That's how small he is. So he wound up getting a belt at 122, and then he had to go from 122 up to 130 for that fight.
Yep.
So that's really 122, 130. I mean, 122, 126, and 130. So then he got that fight, and then who wound up? He wound up only getting a bunch of fights because he fought consistently after he went to the PBC. Because the PBC really is somebody that will allow Cuban fighters and guys like Lara, guys like southpaws like Lara, southpaws like Luis Ortiz, and guys like Guillermo Rigondeaux to eat. Yeah. Now you guys are forgetting. People forget Terence Crawford fits the bill of a slick southpaw fighter. Slick black southpaw that will beat your fighter. Ain't nobody and that ain't gonna make you a lot of money. That shit ain't got everybody jumping out the woodwork. Man, please.
Yeah, Crawford.
And then you got a guy in Bob Arum that said man, people ain't. I don't know what's gonna happen with Bud.
He needs to tuck his tail, go to the PBC, and understand that he clearly was misguided and make it happen. Or else he's just his best performance and last performance will probably be the Spence fight. So he needs to concede to the fact that being with a promoter is necessary, and PBC is lit. They're putting on the best cards. They took over this year with one performance, and that's where he really needs to go. Because, in my opinion, he's deserving of the fight from what he did in the ring, but politics and where you're at business-wise with people matters. And this should be a lesson to anyone. Sometimes you got to align yourself with the power team.
Hey man, he can do whatever he wants to do. Don't get me wrong, man. The dude is a millionaire, man. He's got a lot of money. He can retire. He can do whatever he wants. I'm just talking about how I think these fights are going to go.
What do you?
And I'm telling you, man, these dudes said these dudes.
Spence is going to be a hell of a fight, man. I
don't know. I got a couple guys behind. I got a couple people behind you, man. I got 2 Cent. I don't want to make 2 Cent wait too long.
All right. I was curious just if you would speak on it later, like how you 50-50, 60-40 Spence.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't know. But I don't know. I haven't thought about it at all. I don't want to do it. Honestly, man, I don't even really want to do that because we'll see what the fight is. I don't know. Sebastian Fundura is coming off a knockout loss, and really, I think he got lucky to win that fight with Tim Tszyu because of that head cut.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me get to 2 Cent, and I'll holler back.
All right.
Yep. 2 Cent, how can I help you?
What up, Fanon? What up, Chad? How y'all doing today?
Well,
I just wanted to come up real quick. I got some questions, but I want to say that the PBC card, I felt like that was an excellent card. I believe it probably exceeded a lot of people's expectations, and for that first card to be that good, it's just going to get better and better throughout the year. So I'm definitely interested to see what these other cards look like throughout the year. But my question was, if the excuse for Canelo being able to keep all the belts is that it's money, why wouldn't the WBO, why would they want to strip Fundura if Spence is the money? Why wouldn't they want him with the belts?
Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So if the excuse for Canelo is
that he makes all the money.
Then he makes all the money because, dude, Canelo Alvarez is a lot more money than Errol Spence is.
No, I'm saying, but compared to Crawford and Errol, if Errol is the more money, why wouldn't they want? If he brings in the more money, why wouldn't they want him with the belt?
Man, I don't know, but the WBO has always done that related to the PBC. The WBO hasn't let PBC fighters fight for the WBO belts. They had literally Fox had to tell the WBO that they wouldn't even because they weren't putting PBC fighters in the rankings, that we're not even going to recognize your belt anymore. So the WBO, so Fox Network didn't recognize and it wasn't the PBC, it was Fox, the network, didn't recognize Terence Crawford as a champion on one of their broadcasts. And there was talk about the PBC no longer having their fighters fight for WBO. the WBO certainly has connections to certain promoters. So the promoter doesn't, the sanctioning body doesn't get their money just off one fight. They get their money off a series of fights. So if you have Bob Arum, who has, look at how many fighters Bob Arum has sent and fought for WBO belts. It's like almost dang near half the WBO champions are getting paid by Bob Arum.
Right.
So
Right.
they know that they have a relationship with Bob Arum, just like Don King. The WBC and Jose Sulaiman had a great relationship, and Don King's fighters consistently got shots at the WBC because it's not just about one fight; it's about a series of fights. So you have the WBC, who's Mexican. You got Canelo, who's Mexican, and you got a really big Mexican fan base for an organization that's Mexican. Now that was different than the IBF because the IBF stripped them. When Canelo Alvarez didn't fight Sergey Deverenchenko, the IBF took that belt right up off of him. Thank you. So it's not like Canelo's impervious to being stripped. He has been stripped in the past by the IBF. But the PUC, the WBC, ain't got no problem with Tim Tszyu not fighting Terence Crawford.
Right. So this is more of a sanctioning body promotional company type deal.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
This is more of the sanctioning body promotional company type deal. They rather the belts be at Top Rank or with Bob because that's who they got the relationship with.
Look, my personal opinion is this: that Terence Crawford is really trying to use the WBO to intimidate the PBC because they already knew that Tim Tszyu, that Errol Spence and Terence Crawford were going to be fighting each other even before they put that WBC on the line. Now, if I can play conspiracy theorist here, and this is pure conspiracy theory. Errol and Terence, they've known Errol and Terence are not fighting each other for a while now. And Tim Tszyu is the guy that they want Errol and Tim Tszyu to fight one another. Because before they wanted Errol, Terence, Tim Tszyu, and Jermell. But now they want Errol and Tim Tszyu. And they knew that was coming. And they knew that was coming before Terence Crawford initiated the WBO mandatory. And that's why, Maurice, that's why Paco Veracel said, you got 5 days to negotiate. You got to do it right away. That's, in my opinion, that's them trying to block a fight that the PBC was already trying to make. So what happens is, and this is so lucky, and I'm sorry, I'm not a big believer in coincidences, okay? I'm not a big believer in coincidences. The vacant WBC belt is now being fought for along with Tim Tszyu. So now Tim Tszyu, who, by the way, they said ahead of time, the manager said, no, we would drop that belt. Matter of fact, I think Tim Tszyu said this months ago that he said
after his last fight.
Yeah, he would drop the WBO belt to fight Jermell.
Yeah.
Because and what did Jermell? Jermell still had the WBC at the time. He said, I would drop that belt to fight Jermell. So I just think that what Terence Crawford did by doing this is, I think it was a move to put him in position to try to force them to give him that fight with Tim Tszyu. And the PBC is like one way or the other, they were not going to make that fight because they're going to do, first of all, Tim Tszyu's not ready for Terence Crawford. Number one, he's not ready for him. He's early. He's still really relatively an inexperienced fighter. And neither is Sebastian Fundura ready for Terence Crawford. Like when people say Boots isn't ready, those guys ain't no more ready for Terence Crawford than Boots was. None. You don't have neither one of those guys. I guess one of them won a belt in the ring, but Tim Tszyu ain't win a belt in the ring. Tim has not fought some really high caliber fighters and proved himself. Just like you could say the same thing about Jerron. So they say, no, we've got better options for you to make more money. Their managers are going to want Jerron because Errol's a big name fighter and he's a more winnable fight. I don't believe that. I am still wondering whether or not Terence Crawford is even serious about the WBO because he said, the WBO said, we're not going to strip Terence of the WBO title. We're going to allow him to keep the WBO title. So they're not even forcing Terence to give up that belt. I think the most likely scenario here is that Bud is playing a little bit of games because he can. He has that card. He has that WBO Super Champion card that allows him to force a mandatory. So he says, okay, I'm going to force a negotiation. These guys are probably not going to go for it. And then we'll see what he gets and how they move. But as far as stripping the person that they actually stripped would be Tim Tszyu or Sebastian Fundura. It wouldn't, you know what I mean? That's who they would actually strip. And I don't know if they really consider. I don't know if they can. Well, anyway, I get your point, but that's what I think. People have stripped Canelo before.
Okay. Well, I was just curious, and would this drama be kind of died down if he just signed with the PBC? Because as of right now, PBC has all the belts and all the 54 fighters that he would want to fight.
I think the drama would be died down, but he would still have to do what they thought was the best moves. He'd still have to do what they thought was the best moves for what fights we're going to make next and who we think. Because remember, the PBC's got 12 to 14 cards they got to put on this year with Amazon Prime, and they've got to make a splash with Amazon Prime, and so that they can continue to have that deal with Amazon Prime. So they've got to put on the fights that they think are the ones that are going to get people's attention, and I think it means you're going to have deep cards, right? And you got to do it with people that you know are established. And people have sold pay-per-views on their own before, like Errol Spence, like Gervonta Davis, like Canelo Alvarez, and people that are going to be loyal to you and somebody that you can put on 3 or 4 fights with. I think that Terence Crawford most definitely, I would suspect that they can definitely find a place for him. But in order to be part of the family, you got to be part of the family. Same way that same way the Lomachenko is going to take the fights that Bob Arum wants him to take. Right? Because Bob Arum's got to plot out his entire year of all these different fighters and fight dates that he has. And how are we going to maximize the profit and make sure that we actually still, at the end of the day, that we're satisfying and we're going to make the people happy. And the people of the network, and the network got their own, own metrics that they have to satisfy. It's not a case where they're just going to say, well, we're going to make fights because YouTube fans and Twitter fans are like this, are going to say bad things. I mean, they're operating in, not when people say that they're operating a business. Oh, this is a business. Look, they're in a situation where they can go out of business. They can go out of business. And just like a boxer is not going to stick his neck out and allow a guy to hit him on his chin as hard as he can, a guy that is a responsible businessman is not going to stick his chin out on the line and start doing things that may put, I don't know how many people have jobs there, Like how many people are employed by the PBC? How many people does Al Heyman not want to call up and say, hey, look, we're not going to be able to give you any more work. You're going to have to find some way, I'm sorry, this is so unfortunate. You don't want a business, not just for the money. They owe it to the people in their company to make good business decisions that are going to keep that business going and keep the people that work for him able to continue to get revenue. Just like Terence Crawford has got the responsibility that he has to his family to take care of his kids. These businesses, these networks, these managers, they have the responsibility to the people that rely on them to make good decisions.
Yeah, it just almost seems like we're back in the same situation as Errol and Terence was at 47. They was going to be chasing each other. This person going to be ducking and all of that. But I just wanted to hop up here real quick and chit chat with you. I'm off today, so I was able to hop up.
And look, the reason why, just before you go, and if they move to 160, it would look the same way. But the reason why it looks like that is because the PBC owns 147 and the PBC owns 154. The lightweight division is going to look the same way that it looked when Devin had 4 belts and Tank had that WBA. It's going to look the same way, with Bob Arum owning 3 of those belts no matter what happens, because Top Rank owns 135. And the other sanctions, and Bob and Eddie Hearn is not about to pony up a bunch of money for his fighter Devin Haney to get a shot at those belts. Devin Haney had to go to Top Rank to get that fight, And then when Devin Haney won it, he had to stay at top rank to get that fight, to keep those belts. And he was and when he left, the belt stayed right where they were before he got there. And they stayed. So you know what I mean? And it's going to be the same scenario at 135, 147, and 154. Just like when Bob Arum and Don King worked together, Don King held the heavyweights because he had all the heavyweights signed to him. All of them. Except for maybe one outlier here and there. But it was only when people broke down Don King that Americans lost the heavyweights. And then the heavyweights went over there to Ukraine, went over there to Europe. If Don King had not got put down and had not fallen off, the United States would have probably still held the heavyweights.
Is that what happened with the heavyweights? I never knew that.
Noted. When Don King got pushed out of HBO, that's when Vladimir Klitschko, Vitaly Klitschko, and all these other guys started getting the title fights, and those title fights wound up happening over there in Europe. If you look at the history of boxing and why the WBC broke off from the WBA, the WBA used to be called the National Boxing Association. And then they changed it to World Boxing Association because there were so many fights happening in the United States, but other countries wanted a part of boxing. They wanted boxing in the Philippines, boxing in Mexico, right? So they changed it to WBA, the World Boxing Association. But then the WBA broke out because they were like, you're not doing enough to make this international, right? This whole push to make boxing global is old. It's very, very old. It's at least from the 1960s. So that's why they started pushing to have the regional belts and all of that so that they could get money out of different countries. The reasons that the heavyweights, the title fight started getting by these big 6'9". They always say, it's because look how big they're getting. Man, look how European they're getting. Look how European they're getting. And how hard it is for people on this side of the hemisphere to even get a fight. Luis Ortiz could beat those guys. They were never going to give Luis Ortiz a fight. Deontay Wilder could have beat a lot of those dudes young. They were never going to give him the fight.
Makes sense why they tried to keep Wilder away from those belts.
Exactly. Until Wilder let one of the guys over here to fight, and he got it, and then they went right back over there with it.
Yep. And now they're in Saudi.
It has a lot to do with that stuff.
Saudi is big in the heavyweight division.
What do you say?
And now Saudi is big in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, but it's still Europe. It's still Europe. They want the heavyweight. They got the heavyweight division. But look, Alexander Usyk ain't any bigger than American heavyweights are.
No, he's not.
He's beating all those dudes at 6'3", 220 pounds, the size of a normal traditional heavyweight. And most of those really big, gigantic heavyweights get knocked out. The only really big 6'9" guy is Tyson Fury. And that Tyson Fury. Of the 6'5" and below, even Lennox Lewis got knocked out like 2 times, being that damn big. And if they had to fight 15 rounds, they'd be having a lot harder problems. Because if Anthony Joshua had to fight 15 rounds,
he'd be done.
Oh my God, them big ass boys would be gassing by the time you got to round 14. But there's a lot of history that comes into play with that.
Okay. That's wow. So that's what happens to the heavyweight division. And as they always say, if the heavyweight division ain't good, it's gonna trickle down throughout the rest of boxing.
Yeah, but see what happens. They broke that with Floyd. I'm telling you what the deal is. You got to get Black America. People don't like to hear this shit.
No, they definitely don't want to hear
Entertainment in America, and United States is it's the most dominant country in the world. So it's safe to say the United States, however you want to put it, is the United States. The core to entertainment in the United States is Black America.
Well, they were really trying to push Tim Tszyu too in that 54 division, but obviously it didn't work out too well.
But listen what I mean. Who's the biggest name? Who's the biggest seller in boxing history?
Mayweather.
And it is not coincidental that once the heavyweights left, that a 126-pound Black American took over the sport. Floyd Mayweather Jr. wouldn't have done that if he went pro the same time as Mike Tyson.
No, definitely not.
Because they'd have been like, nah, it's Mike. But dude, we gonna support. It's not a race card, bro. You gotta support a race card. You gotta be making an excuse for something. I'm just telling the truth. When Black America left R&B music and they picked up hip hop, what became the most popular form of music in the world?
Hip hop.
Hip hop did. When Black Americans went away from started jazz, what became one of the most popular forms of music in the world? Jazz. When Black Americans got behind bebop, it was bebop. When they got behind disco, it was disco. When they got behind R&B, it was R&B. That's what it is.
And guess what they're getting behind now? Country.
What's that?
Country.
And yes, and as soon as Beyonce does a goddamn country music album, and if you get a bunch of Black people singing country music and liking country music, guess what? It's going to sell a lot. And then all of our friends who want to be cool, they want to be cool, right? Rock and roll. When did rock and roll jump off? Once the white kids wanted to be cool. We want to be cool. We want to sing like we like Chuck Berry. Oh, well, we're not going to sell no Chuck Berry now or no Little Richard, but bring out Elvis.
Yeah.
Bring out the Beatles. Bring out the Beatles. That's the biggest groups ever. The rock and roll, because who did rock and roll? Black Americans did rock and roll. They left the church. And then they did rock and roll. Because what is rock and roll? It's the rocking and the rolling. It's moving, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what happens. And it's going to happen every single solitary time. Like I tried to explain to King. They say we've got 50 million Black people here. We probably got 60. And by the way, are very creative people. And if Biggie says we either slaying crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot, you can play a banjo or tap dance. People are going to learn to do that shit.
Yep.
And we're going to get paid. And then people started selling shit out their trunk. Man, when you so big that you can go platinum out your trunk. That's what it is.
Locally.
Yeah. So as soon as they decide to focus on boxing and pay big money for heavyweight boxers in the United States, and they can get championship shots in the United States on a regular fucking basis. As soon as they can get a Black American get as many shots at a title as fucking Dillian White gets, or Josh Taylor gets. I mean, not Josh Taylor gets,
or Lomachenko.
Yeah, or Lomachenko gets. As soon as you get that, you're gonna be like, God dog, how much money you make? Dude, I think that's one of the main reasons that it's hard to copy Floyd. It's hard to copy Floyd, but the one that's doing it is who? Gervonta.
Yep.
And now Gervonta.
And I heard Ellaby say Top Rank not gonna give him a shot at those belts, because I know a lot of people complaining that he haven't won a belt. He ain't got a belt. But like you said, Top Rank has the belts, and Top Rank's not gonna give him shots at those belts.
Top Rank is not gonna do that because Bob Arum makes his money off of the volume of fights that he puts on. He's like, I'll get 100,000. I mean, what would you take? 10 $100,000 fights, or would you take one $400,000 fight where you may lose money?
Yeah.
I'm going to take the 10 $100,000 fights. I'm not going to take the one $400,000 fight because I'd be stupid if I did it. And by the way, Sebastian Fundura's promoter would be absolutely irresponsible for not dropping that WBO belt. He'd be irresponsible because, dude, you got a chance to get that belt over there and make that money, Sebastian, against Errol. You got no chance over here. You got very little chance with Terence. And to boot, you're not going to have anywhere to go after you lose.
Yep.
So, nah, man, you need to sit down and you need to sit on down. I'm not paying for you to do that. And I guarantee you that Errol's team was doing the same thing and saying the same thing to him about Terence to begin with. See where Terence got Errol? See where fucking around with Terence got Errol? You want to do that same thing? At least with Canelo, you lose to Canelo. Hey, man, you're going to get super paid fucking with losing Canelo. Anyway, that's me.
All right, Fanon, thanks for chopping it up with me.
Thank you, man. Hey, make sure you guys go subscribe to 2 Cent Boxing. Great YouTube channel. Please put your number. Please put your link in the comments section.
All right, I'll drop it in the chat.
All right. Peace. Anthony Riggs, how can I help you?
Sorry, man, it cut out just then before.
I don't know what you said.
It just cut out just before I left you. You were talking about the YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I didn't know. I thought you left. You just left.
No, my bad. I cut out because I'm outside. I'm doing night shift and so how do I add myself?
I think you may be try to unblock. Try to leave a comment. Somebody may have unblocked you.
Yeah, and with the point with the with Crawford, Crawford needs to understand that like he's not young anymore. You know, like he can't build his brand as much as he could have if he was like, let's just say 25, like Devin Haney. You know, he's trying to build up his brand. So I'm sure whatever Al's offering him is probably his second best payday behind the Spence payday. So I don't know what the problem is with not signing with PBC because he can get the rematch with Errol or even Fundura. You know, because after
you talking about Tim Tszyu?
No, I'm talking about Crawford. If he re-signed with PBC after the Errol fight, I'm sure he would have been the front runner at that stage. Imagine his fight.
You think so?
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I do know what you mean.
Yeah, so I don't know why he didn't take it. Like you said a couple of days ago as well, you said what? He's got 3-4 fights left in him. Why would Al give him a 1-fight deal just so he can take the belt and go to, I don't know, Eddie Hearn or somewhere?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. Look, I'm a big Crawford fan, don't get me wrong, but just the way he's moving now, like it can be detrimental to the end of his career. You know what I mean? Just after a great performance like that, this is the last position he wants to be in. You know, and he needs to understand boxing doesn't pay like the NBA, baseball, you know, all the sports you guys have there. And look, my heart goes out to him, but he needs to get it straight because he'll be 40 before he knows it. You know, and it'll be over from there. So I don't know. I just want him to be active again and then get back in there. You know, like what's a couple million more when you're already sitting on millions? You know what I mean? It doesn't matter at that stage.
A couple million more.
no, but you know what I mean. Like if you have 15.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But hey, man, a couple million more. There's a big difference between 2 million and 4 million. 2 million. It's a lot of money. But I get you though, no doubt about it.
Yeah, easy, man. But
all right, man. Did you get unblocked?
Oh, we'll have a crack anyway. If not,
hey, man. Look, once you figure out how to get your YouTube channel, just come when next link, just click the link, come in and say, hey, man, this is the deal. Can you unblock me? And I'll unblock you.
Easy, thanks, man. See you later.
All right, man. Take care, Mr. Riggs. Shout out to Australia, brother. Peace.
Thanks, mate. See you later. Bye bye.
Yeah. That's good. I like that, man. That's a good conversation. I like that. All right, one more caller, then we're gonna do what we do. We're gonna do what we does what we did. Because I got a couple things. My issue is no one wants to talk about fairness and politics until PBC does something. Everyone been doing for years, saying people didn't have an issue with Bob or Hearn. Of course not. Of course not. Of course they don't. Of course they don't have a problem with that. Of course they don't have a problem with it. Of course they don't have a problem with it. They didn't have a problem. They don't have a problem with the fact that Tim Tszyu. They didn't have a problem with Tim Tszyu just fought a guy coming off a knockout. And how are you going to say now that he doesn't deserve a fight with a guy that just won the belt that didn't deserve the fight? Come on, man. You guys are just out here talking crazy. One more caller, and then you know what BI is. And I got to tell you guys, thank you so much for your support. He said, plus fighting here in Texas compared to Nevada and Cali, Fundura and Errol won't be taxed as much on their pay. Right. Oh, man, look, dude. Errol earned that fight. Errol earned it. Errol earned it. Errol earned it. Just like Manny Pacquiao earned championship fights, even though he lost to Floyd. And you know how he earned it? Because the people whose decision it is to give it to him want to give it to him. You know? Tim, that you? Nah, man, seriously, I like Tim Tszyu. If anybody deserves that fight right away, it's Jermell Charlo. In the order of people that deserve it, Jermell Charlo, Tim Tszyu, Jermell, Tim Tszyu. Then you can say Terence for the WBO, and there is no mandatory, so Errol. And Erickson Lubin deserves it too. Erickson Lubin, if anybody's the one that deserves the WBC, is Erickson Lubin. And I don't hear anybody talking about Erickson Lubin not getting the WBC shot. I don't hear you representing Erickson Lubin for the fact that Erickson Lubin is rated below somebody he beat. But 15 minutes ago, you guys were talking about Errol. Terence, it's the money. It's the money. It's the money. It's the money. Oh, Gervonta doesn't bring the money. Gervonta doesn't bring the money. Gervonta doesn't bring the money for Terence. But Sebastian Fundura does. But Sebastian Fundura does. Hey, thank you, Motivation 104. Thank you, brother. Why would he fight Sebastian Fundura for a title, but he can't fight Jaron Ennis for a title? Explain this to me. LaMarcus Robinson, man, says, salute to you for the great show as always. Salute to the chat. Thank you, brother, because you know we put the work in. We put the work in. We tried. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. I need one more caller. My guy, Tank number one. We love my guy. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Candy. Mr. COX said, Tank number one. We love Calvin Ford. Upton Jim. Yeah, you know it. And Matty Yo, King of the Super. Thanks. Matty Yo, brother. But hey, T. Orlando does keep his trolling equal. He said, but a whole itch for not fighting Boots. Dog, you trying to fight Fundura instead of Boots? But you got something to say for Fundura trying to fight Errol and not Bud? Come on, man. I don't even think he's serious. I just think he's being a jerk. I don't even think Terence Crawford's serious about trying to fight Sebastian Fundura. Why the hell would he want to fight Sebastian Fundura? Talk about the wrong guy to fight. Sebastian Fundura. I don't know why anybody would want to fight Sebastian Fundura. To tell you the truth. Per fight, what is this NUD mandatory letter served on Sebastian Fundura order to commence negotiations? Here's my negotiations. I don't want to do it. Take some step aside money. You can order all you want, dog. Them dudes ain't trying to hear that. That's going to be funny. If they do it, ooh, that would be so funny if they did it, though. It's not about a new division because Bud said he would stay at 147 for Tank. Yeah, but he ain't serious, man. He knew that wasn't going to happen. It gives him a status as a 4-weight division champion. Don't nobody give a crap about that, dog. Y'all ain't giving low. Hey, Kyle Porter. How many championships? What about Leo Santa Cruz? Leo Santa Cruz is a 4-belt division champion, and ain't nobody even give him, but he's a bum. Yeah, I know that dude named Dave. Dude, they were going to do it. First of all, they said it. They gave him 5 days to start negotiations. Now they gave him 1. That means you know they ain't about to do it. They just trying to be fancy, dog. I don't trust these dudes. You know? But anyway, man, it is what it is. I know y'all think I'm a hater. I know you think I'm a hater. But hey, man, I'm going to tell you, I appreciate you guys coming to chop it up with me in this live stream today. I appreciate y'all having these good old-fashioned, this good old 4.5 hour, over 4.5 hours conversations. Shout out to the sponsor of the day, Banks Boxing Fan, with the big $49.99 individual super chat. as the king sponsor of the channel. Thank you so much. I got one more link. I already know it's true, bro. I ain't got to worry about that. I already know it's true. They said they were going to do it last week. I don't know if it's the same for it'll probably be 60-40. They'll probably because of his purse, they'll negotiate it to 60-40 or 50-50. For something something for the PBC got to pay for. You know what I mean? John Bowie. Call it the John Bowie sponsor of the day. You're right. The John Bowie sponsor of the day goes to Banks, the boxing fan. Thank you, man. I'm sorry. I will name it. The John Bowie sponsor of the day goes to the John Bowie sponsor of the day goes to my guy, Banks, the boxing fan. Can we please get an applause for Banks, the boxing fan, as the John Bowie, the John Bowie, the Memorial, John Bowie Memorial sponsor of the day. Absolutely, man. Always going to have love in my heart for the great John Bowie. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. May you rest in peace. May your family find peace. How do you sponsor the channel? By being having the largest single donation to the channel in a live stream. Makes you the channel sponsor. It's a way to say thank you to the people that support the channel. And there's nobody that came swinging harder than John Bowie. So John Bowie passed away. We have a daily memorial award that we're going to give out in the honor of John Bowie every single solitary day that we have this channel. That is John Bowie. John Bowie for the John Bowie channel sponsor award goes to my guy Banks, the boxing fan. Rest in peace, John Bowie. Yeah, man, John Bowie was the dude. Kyle Porter in the building said, "Happy April Fool's Day. Happy April Fool's Day as well." Anyway, with that, I'm out. Y'all have a wonderful day. Enjoy the rest of the live streams popping off today, including Upper Echelon and Just Do Boxing and everybody else that are going to come on today. And with that, 2 Cent Boxing. I think 2 Cent Boxing is over there with Upper Echelon in his live streams, I think. Or is that Kiki? I always forget. But definitely go subscribe to 2 Cent Boxing as well. Gotta support the ladies. Definitely with your support. Because hey man, shout out to the Queens of Boxing too. They have a great channel. We ain't ever seen eye to eye on that damn Devin Haney bullshit. But I definitely think that they got a great channel. Yeah, Easy Cash. John Bowie passed away. Yep, he did. He passed away. Man, I would have loved to have this conversation with John Bowie, though. It's unfortunate John Bowie's not here because, man, John Bowie used to go in, man. You know, they both be there. Okay, that's what's up. It's Kiki Alexander and 2 Cent both be over there. Yeah, make sure you guys support those guys in their live stream when they go live. Just Do Boxing's gonna be going on live later. Everybody else is big enough to do that shit on their own. So you know, definitely support BFTB. That's my dude. That's my guy. 100. That's my guy. No lie. And of course, you know, KO Boxing does this thing. But definitely support the ladies. Definitely support the up and coming cats out here on their grind every day, talking that good boxing. And with that, I'm out. Deuces.